Welcome to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories. I'm your host, Nicki. Tonight, we step into a quiet midsummer world, a gentle collection of fairy tales that carry us from soft beginnings into warmer, brighter places. Stories of small moments, quiet journeys, and gentle transformation. There's nothing you need to do. No need to follow every word. Simply listen, drift, and rest. Now, let's begin. The kingdom was not a place of jagged stone or cold, echoing halls. It was a masterpiece of glass and light, a great conservatory that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the seasons. Within these soaring, transparent arches, the air was always heavy and sweet, a permanent captured spring that smelled of crushed mint, damp earth, and the heady vanilla scent of white jasmine. It was a sanctuary, a world where the winter frost could only look through the panes, but never touch the delicate green life within. The king moved through this glass world with a precision that betrayed a life of iron. In the golden light of the late afternoon, he did not look like a man born to silk and leisure. His shoulders were broad, his back as straight as a pike, and his hands, though they now held silver pruning shears, carried the thick calluses of a man who had spent decades gripping the hilt of a broadsword. He had been a great soldier once, a man of maps and mud, of thunderous charges and the grim silence of the watchfire. But those years of ash were behind him now. He had traded his armor for linen and his battlefield for a rose lattice. He tended to the climbing vines with the same disciplined, tactical focus he had once used to command a regiment. To the princess, he was a sovereign of quiet grace, but she could always see the old soldier in the way he stood, eyes always scanning the perimeter of the gardens, guarding her peace as if it were as fragile as the border. He hadn't built this world of glass because he loved luxury. He had built it because, after a lifetime of war, he wanted to finally protect something beautiful. "A word given, my daughter," he would say, his voice a low, steady rumble that sounded like the distant echo of a drum, "is the only oath that truly holds a kingdom together. A man may lose his lands, his crown, or even his life, but if he keeps his word, he remains a king. To live beautifully is not to live without scars. It is to live with integrity." The princess believed every vibration of his voice. She lived in the now, of the sun-drenched life, a girl who felt every bit of the royalty her father insisted she was. On this afternoon, she wore a high-waisted gown of pale primrose silk that rustled like dry leaves as she moved. Her hair was caught in a velvet ribbon, and in her hands she carried her most prized possession, a ball of solid, polished gold. To her, the ball was more than a toy. It was the physical manifestation of her future, perfect, symmetrical, and heavy with promise. It was the only thing in her world that felt as certain as her father's love. She would toss it high, watching it disappear into the dark canopy of the indoor lemon trees, only to catch it again with practiced ease. Toss, catch, toss, catch. It was a rhythmic, meditative game. As long as she caught the ball, the world remained in its proper orbit. She knew exactly where the gold would land. She knew exactly who she was. She spent hours in the cathedral-like silence of the glass house, watching the way the light fractured through the panes, turning the floor into a mosaic of emerald and gold. She was a princess in a fortress of transparency, unaware that outside the glass, the shadows were lengthening. The king watched her from the stone terrace, his scarred hands resting on the balustrade. He saw the joy she took in her golden sphere. He also saw the way she looked toward the edge of the woods, where the boy with the easy smile often lingered at the gates. The king knew that the world was full of men who spoke in honeyed tones but carried hearts of lead. He had built her a world of beauty, but he knew the greatest lesson he had taught her, to be true to her word, would one day be tested, not in the safety of the glass house, but in the damp, unforgiving shadows of the unknown. For now, however, the world was still. The only sound was the rhythmic snip, snip of the king's shears and the soft thud of the golden ball landing in the princess's palm. It was the sound of peace that was about to break. As the sun began to dip behind the jagged silhouette of the pine forest, the shadows in the conservatory grew long and thin, like fingers reaching across the marble floor. The princess, still caught in the rhythm of her golden game, wandered toward the edge of the glass walls, where the manicured gardens surrendered to the wild, tangled breath of the ancient woods. It was here that the boy often waited. He did not carry the weight of a soldier, nor the calloused hands of a gardener. He was all silk and silver tongues, a youth who moved with a practiced, effortless grace that made the princess feel as though she were the center of a very beautiful, very fragile play. To her young eyes, he was the golden ball made flesh, shining, symmetrical, and full of promise. He spoke in verses that felt like warmth of the sun, promising a life that was all music and no labor, a kingdom where the glass would never break. "The world is yours, princess," he would whisper, leaning against the stone gate with a casualness that felt like confidence. "Why stay within the glass house when the forest is full of stars?" She did not see the way his eyes darted across her father's treasury, or the way his smile never quite reached his ears. She saw only what she wanted to see, a reflection of her own goodness. She allowed his flatteries to wind around her like ivy, unaware that ivy eventually chokes the stone and clings to it. On this evening, the boy's words felt sharper, more insistent. He spoke of leaving, of a life beyond the king's watchful perimeter. He spoke of a love that required no word given, only the whims of the moment. And for the first time, as the princess tossed her golden ball into the air, her hand trembled. The rhythm broke. The ball did not fall back into her palm with its usual comforting thud. Instead, it caught a stray beam of the dying sun and bounced, once, twice, against the stone rim of the garden path. The princess gasped, reaching out, but the gold was slick and heavy. It rolled past the boy's polished boots, and he did not move to stop it. He only watched, a faint, cold amusement dancing in his eyes, as the most precious thing she owned rolled away from the light and into the damp, dark shadows of the forest floor. She scrambled after it, her primrose silk catching on the thorns of the wild briars. "Stop it, please!" she cried, but the ball seemed to have a will of its own. It whirled into the haunting metallic ring until it reached the lip of the old, forgotten well, a deep black eye in the earth that existed long before the Soldier King had built his glass house. With a final, sickening plop, the golden ball vanished into the dark water. The princess knelt at the edge of the well. the damp moss soaking into her gown. She peered down, but the water was black as ink, swallowing the light and her future along with it. When she turned to the boy for help, expecting him to dive, to reach, to comfort, she found him standing several paces back, dusting a speck of lint from his sleeve. "It's only a toy, princess," he said, his voice devoid of the music it had had moments before. "And the well is much too deep for my liking. Perhaps you should learn to be more careful with your treasures." With a short, dismissive bow, he turned and walked toward the gates, his silhouette dissolving into the gray twilight. He didn't look back. He didn't care. The golden boy was gone, leaving her alone in the mud with the realization that she had lost something far more valuable than a ball. She had lost her sense of what was true. She began to weep, her tears falling into the same dark water that had claimed her joy. The woods were cold, the glass house felt miles away, and for the first time in her life, the princess understood what it meant to be truly, devastatingly alone in the dark. The princess sat by the lip of the well, her primrose silk gown now stained with the dark, honest mud of the forest floor. The silence of the woods was heavy, broken only by the rhythmic, mournful drip, drip of her own tears hitting the surface of the black water far below. She felt smaller than she ever had inside the glass house. The world was no longer a place of light and symmetry. It was deep, cold, and indifferent. "Why do you weep, king's daughter?" The voice did not come from the trees or the stone path. It was a low, croaking vibration that seemed to rise from the very reeds at the water's edge. The princess startled, wiping her eyes with the back of her muddy hand. She looked down and saw, perched upon a moss-covered rock, a frog. But he was not like the sluggish, heavy-lidded creatures she had seen in the royal ponds. This frog was lean and taut, his skin a vibrant, athletic green that shimmered with health. He sat with a coiled energy, as if he were a spring ready to snap, and his eyes, large, golden, and steady, held a strange, intelligent kindness. "I weep for my golden ball," she whispered, her voice cracking. "It has fallen into the well, and is gone forever. And with it, everything I thought I knew." The frog did not offer empty flatteries. He did not tell her it was just a toy. He watched her with a quiet, patient observation that felt remarkably like the way her father, the Soldier King, watched the horizon. "I can find what you have lost," the frog said, his voice a rhythmic thrum of the evening air. "I am a creature of the depths as much as the light. But tell me, princess, if I go down in the dark for you, what will you give me in return?" The princess didn't hesitate. In her grief, she was desperate for a distraction from that stinging rejection of the boy who had left her. She wanted her gold back at any cost, and she viewed this small, persistent creature as nothing more than a means to an end. "I will give you anything," she cried, the words tumbling out without thought. "My pearls, my jewels, even the golden crown that sits upon my head. Anything, if you will only bring me back my joy." The frog gave a slow, deliberate blink. "I do not care for your pearls or your crown," he said. "But if you will love me, and let me be your companion and playfellow, I may sit at your table, eat from your little golden plate, and sleep upon your silken pillow. If you promise me this, I will go down and bring the ball back to you." The princess looked at his damp, webbed feet and his wide, unblinking eyes. To her, the idea was absurd. How could a frog live in a glass house? She thought. He is a distraction, a creature of the mud. He will never find his way to the palace gates. She saw him only as a temporary fix for a permanent ache. She wanted what she wanted, and she was willing to say whatever was necessary to get it. "I promise," she said, her voice bright and hollow. "I promise everything you ask. Only please, hurry." The frog did not waste words. With a powerful, athletic thrust of his hind legs, he launched himself into the air. It was a beautiful, disciplined arc, the movement of a creature who knew exactly what his body was capable of. He hit the water with a clean, sharp plop and vanished. The princess held her breath. For a long moment, the well was silent again. Then, the water began to churn. A series of bubbles broke to the surface, and suddenly, the frog erupted from the depths. And in his mouth, he gripped the golden ball, the metal gleaming even brighter for having been washed in the dark. He swam to the edge with powerful, rhythmic strokes and spat the ball onto the grass at her feet. The princess didn't wait to thank him. She didn't look at the water dripping from his lean green flanks. She snatched up the gold, her heart leaping as the familiar weight returned to her palm. She felt the old certainty rushing back, or so she told herself. "Wait!" the frog called out as she turned to run. "Take me with you. I cannot run as fast as you." But the princess was already halfway to the garden gates, her silk ribbons flying behind her. She heard his voice, persistent and steady, but she blocked it out. She had her ball. She had her distraction. She was heading back to the safety of the glass, leaving the creature of the mud behind in the shadows, certain that a promise made in the dark didn't have to be kept in the light. The princess did not look back. Her breath came in sharp, ragged hitches, the cold night air stinging her lungs as she sprinted away from the well and toward the towering, glowing ribs of the glass house. In her hand, the golden ball was cold and wet, a heavy weight that seemed to pulse in the rhythm of her racing heart. Behind her, the forest was a wall of velvet silence, save for the faint, persistent splat, slap of something moving through the mud, a sound she chose to believe was merely the wind in the reeds. As she crossed the threshold into the palace, the atmosphere shifted instantly. The damp, primal scent of the woods was replaced by the dry warmth of cedarwood fires and the sweet, lingering perfume of the king's evening jasmine. Here, the floors were polished marble, cool and unapologetic beneath the stained slippers. Here, she was a princess again. The mud on her skirt felt like a lie, a smudge on the painting that she could easily wipe away. She retreated to her private chambers, a room draped in heavy damask silks of pale rose and cream. A small fire crackled in the hearth, its orange light dancing over the silver brushes on her vanity. She dropped the golden ball onto her bed. It looked so right there, sitting on the lace coverlet, and for a moment she allowed herself to believe that the evening had never happened. The boy was gone, yes, but she had her treasure back. She had her gold. But as she sat by the fire, the silence of the room began to feel heavy. She thought of the frog, not as a creature, but as a presence. He had been so steady, so athletic in his movements, so certain of his ability to navigate the dark water that had terrified her. He had done what the golden boy would not. He had saved her joy, and in return, she had given him her word. I will let you sit at my table, eat from my golden plate, sleep upon my silken pillow. The words echoed in her mind, sounding different in the quiet of her room that they had at the edge of the well. By the well, they were just sounds, a distraction, a price to be paid for a moment of relief. But here, in the house her father had built on the foundation of integrity, those words began to feel like ironed bands. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. It was only a frog, she told herself, picking up a silver comb to smooth her tangled hair. A creature of the pond cannot climb the marble stairs. He cannot knock on a heavy oak door. He will stay where he belongs, in the mud and the reeds. And tomorrow, this will all be a strange, fading dream. She spent a long time washing the mud from her hands in a porcelain basin of warm, lavender-scented water. She watched the dark streaks swirl and disappear down the drain, hoping her guilt would follow them. She changed into a fresh gown of white velvet, high-colored and stiff, as if the fabric itself could provide a shield against the promises she made. But every time the wind rattled the glass panes of her window, she flinched. Every time a log shifted in the fireplace with a soft thump, her eyes darted to the door. She was safe. She was home. She had her gold. Yet, as she climbed into her high silken bed and pulled the furs up onto her chin, the princess realized a terrifying truth. She had recovered her treasure, but she had lost her peace. The distraction she had invited into her life at the well was no longer outside. It was a seed planted in her heart, waiting for the morning light to see if she would be true to the soldier's daughter she claimed to be. The golden ball sat on the nightstand, gleaming in the dying firelight, but for the first time, the princess found she couldn't bear to look at it. It was too bright, too cold, and it reminded her far too much of the steady, golden eyes of a creature waiting in the dark. The great hall was a cathedral of shadow and candlelight. High above, the oak rafters were lost in the darkness, but below, the long dining hall was a river of white linen and polished silver. This was the ritual of the evening, a time when the soldier king set aside his pruning shears and took his place at the head of his world. The princess sat to his right. She had dressed with a defensive elegance. Her white velvet gown buttoned high to her chin, its stiff collar forcing her to sit with a regal, frozen pose. Across from her, an empty chair seemed to mock her with its stillness. She kept her eyes fixed on her golden plate, watching the way the candlelight danced in the reflections of her silverware, trying to ignore the hollow thud of her own heart. The king ate with the same rhythmic, economical precision he had used when he was a commander in the field. He did not speak much, but his presence filled the room like the low hum of a distant engine. To any other observer, he was merely a father enjoying a quiet meal with his daughter. But the princess could feel his gaze, the sharp, discerning eyes of a man who had spent a lifetime reading the terrain for hidden traps. "The garden was quiet this evening," the king said finally, his voice a low, gravelly resonance that seemed to vibrate through the table. "Though I notice the jasmine near the well has been trampled, and your primrose silk is being laundered of mud that does not belong in a conservatory." The princess felt a chill creep up on her spine. She took a sip of water from her crystal goblet, the glass trembling slightly against her teeth. "The ball, it rolled away, Father. It was an accident. The woods are unruly this time of year." "The woods are always unruly," the king replied, setting his knife down with a deliberate metal clink. "That is why we build walls, But walls only protect what is inside if the people within them are made of the same iron as the gates. He paused, his eyes locking onto hers. You have been distracted, my daughter. Since you returned from the well, you move as if you are listening for a sound that hasn't happened yet. Is there something you have left behind in the shadows? Some debt that remains unpaid? The princess looked away, her throat tightening. She thought of the frog, the lean, athletic creature who had dived into the blackness for her. She thought of the boy with the easy smile and how easily he had walked away. Then she thought of the promises she had tossed out like breadcrumbs, never expecting them to be gathered up. I was only playing a role, Father, she whispered, the words feeling thin and dishonest in the vastness of the hall. I said things to pass the time, to soothe a moment of panic. They weren't meant to be real. The king leaned forward, the candlelight catching the scars on his knuckles, reminders of battles fought for the sake of an oath. In my camp, a soldier's word was his life. If he promised to hold the line, he held it until the sun rose or he fell. There is no such thing as a role when it comes to integrity. What you have promised in your time of need, you must perform in your time of plenty. To do otherwise is to build a kingdom of sand. Just as the words left his lips, a sound echoed through the great hall. It was not a loud sound, but the oppressive silence of the palace was deafening. Splat, slap, splat. It was the sound of something wet and heavy hitting the marble of the grand staircase. It was a rhythmic, persistent sound, the sound of an athlete climbing, one painstaking step at a time. The princess froze. Her fork slipped from her fingers, clattering loudly against the golden plate. The color drained from her face, leaving her as pale as the white velvet she wore. Splat, slap, splat. The sound grew closer, moving across the stone gallery across the dining hall. It stopped just behind the massive iron-bound oak doors. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but the crackle of the fireplace. Then a soft, firm knock vibrated through the wood. A voice, muffled but unmistakable. The low, rhythmic thrum she had heard in the reeds called out through the darkness. King's daughter, youngest, open the door. Do you not know what you said to me by the cool water of the well? King's daughter, youngest, open the door. The princess looked at her father, her eyes wide with a plea for rescue, for a way out, for a soldier to make the problem go away. But the king did not reach for the sword. He simply sat back in his chair, his expression unreadable by his gaze steady, waiting to see if the daughter he had raised in the glass house was strong enough to open the door to her own word. The air in the great hall seemed to thicken, turning the candlelight into a hazy amber soup. The princess felt as though she were underwater, her limbs heavy and resistant as she stared at the massive oak doors. Behind that wood was the distraction, the creature she had used to soothe her ego, the one she had promised the world to, never believing he would actually come to collect. The king didn't move. He sat like a mountain, his scarred hands resting flat on the white linen of the table. He didn't offer to open the door for her. He didn't send a guard. He simply watched her with steady, unforgiving patience of a soldier who knows that the only way out of a trap is through it. A promise made in the dark, the king said, his voice a low vibration that seemed to come from the floorboards, is still a promise in the light. Go, my daughter. See who knocks at our gate. The princess stood, the white velvet of her gown rustling with a sharp, frantic sound in the silence. Every step across the marble floor felt like a mile. Her silk slippers, usually so light, felt like lead. She reached the door, the cold iron of the latch biting into her palm. Her heart was hammering against her ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. She was terrified. She was terrified that by opening this door, she was letting in the messiness of the world, the unseen things that didn't fit into her father's glass house. She pulled the heavy door open. There, on the threshold, sat the frog. In the flickering torchlight of the hallway, he looked even more vibrant than he had by the well. He was wet, his skin glistening like emeralds, and he sat with the same coiled, athletic grace. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like a guest who had traveled a very long way and was simply waiting to be acknowledged. "King's daughter," he said, his voice a melodic thrum. "You have your gold. Now I have come for mine. You promised I should sit at your table." The princess looked back at her father, her eyes pleading. Surely the great soldier king would not allow for a frog at the royal table. Surely he would see how absurd this was. But the king only nodded, his face a mask of disciplined grace. "That which you have promised, you must perform. Bring him in." With a trembling hand, the princess stepped aside. The frog did not hesitate. With a series of powerful, rhythmic leaps, splat, slap, splat, he crossed the threshold and followed her back to the table. He did not go to the corner or stay on the floor. He hopped right onto the chair next to her, and from there onto the white linen of the table itself. He sat right beside her golden plate. The princess sat down. Her appetite vanished. She picked up her silver fork, but her hand shook so violently that she had to set it back down. The frog, however, seemed perfectly at ease. He nudged her golden plate toward him with a lean, green limb. "Push your plate a little closer," he suggested gently, "so that we may eat together." She obeyed, moving it as if in a trance. She watched as he delicately took a morsel of the king's fine roast. To anyone else, it would have been a sight of horror, but as she watched him, she noticed something strange. He wasn't messy. He wasn't ugly. He moved with a quiet, disciplined dignity that reminded her painfully of her father. He was a creature of his word, and he was here because he believed in hers. The king watched them both, a flicker of something like pride, or perhaps just recognition, in his old soldier's eyes. "The meal is long, my daughter," he said softly. "Do not be so quick to turn away from the guest you invited." The princess looked at the frog, and for the first time, she didn't see a distraction. She didn't see a thing she used to get her ball back. She saw a presence that refused to be ignored. She had opened the door to him, and though she was still scared, the world hadn't ended. The glass house hadn't shattered. The frog looked up at her, his golden eyes reflecting the candlelight. "You play the role of the hostess well," he murmured, "but I think you are beginning to forget it's a role." The princess didn't answer, but she didn't pull her plate away either. She sat in the heavy, cozy silence of the hall, the scent of the cedar fire wrapping around them both, realizing that the distraction was now the only thing in the room that felt real. The great hall had settled into a heavy, velvet-lined silence, the kind that only exists in the deep hours of a winter's night. The king had finished his meal and retreated to his study, leaving the princess and her unlikely guest alone in the amber glow of the dying candles. The princess remained frozen in her white velvet chair, her hands clasped tightly on her lap. Beside her, the frog sat on the table, his presence as steady as a heartbeat. She expected him to demand things, to be boisterous or crude, but instead, he was a study in quiet, athletic patience. He didn't rush her. He simply existed in the space beside her, watching the embers in the hearth. "You are thinking of the boy again," the frog said. His voice wasn't a croak. It was a low, resonant vibration that seemed to harmonize with the crackle of the fire. The princess flinched, startled by his intuition. "I was thinking of what I thought I wanted," she whispered. "I thought love was supposed to be easy. I thought it was supposed to look like the golden ball, perfect, bright, and effortless to hold." "Gold is beautiful," the frog replied, his large, intelligent eyes reflecting the orange flames. "But gold is cold. It doesn't breathe. It doesn't dive into the mud to find you when you are lost. It only shines when the sun is already out." The princess looked at him, really looked at him, for the first time. She noticed the rhythmic rise and fall of his emerald green flanks. She saw the strength in his limbs, the disciplined way he carried himself despite his small stature. He was an athlete of the dark water, a creature who navigated the depths while she stayed on the shore, weeping. She realized then that she had been using him. She had invited his advances, allowed his courtship at the well, and brought him to this table as a distraction from the stinging silence left by the boy with the easy smile. She had been playing a part, wearing the mask of the gracious princess, while her heart was actually locked away in a high tower of fear. "I said things to you at the well," she began, her voice trembling. "I promised to be your companion. I thought if I just played the role, I wouldn't have to feel the hurt anymore." "I know," the frog said softly. "I knew you were playing a role the moment you snatched the ball and ran away. But even a role, when played long enough with a sincere heart, can become the truth. You opened the door tonight, princess. That wasn't a role. That was courage." For the first time in weeks, the knot in the princess's chest began to loosen. She found herself talking to him, not as a frog, but as a confidant. She told him about her father, the soldier king, and the pressure of living in a glass house where everything had to be perfect. She told him about her fear that she was broken because she had chosen the wrong person first. The frog listened with a stillness that was more comforting than any poem the boy with the easy smile had ever recited. He didn't offer empty platitudes. He just stayed. He was a delight in all aspects, witty in his observations, steady in his gaze, and unyielding in his presence. The distraction had become a bridge. The princess reached out a finger, hesitant and trembling, and lightly touched the frog's cool, damp head. She didn't pull away in disgust. Instead, she felt a strange, grounding warmth. She was no longer performing for an audience. She was simply sitting at a table in the middle of the night with the only creature who had ever truly seen her in the dark. "It is late," the frog whispered, his voice like a rustle of silk. "The candles are weeping their last wax. It is time for the final promise." The princess felt a shiver of apprehension. But it wasn't the cold fear she had felt earlier. It was the fluttering of a heart that was finally, slowly, beginning to unlock the door. The walk from the great hall to the princess's chambers was a journey through a gallery of silence. She carried the frog in her hands, his weight a small, grounding pressure against her palms. No longer did his touch feel strange or cold. It felt like a shared secret. As they passed the tall windows of the corridor, the moonlight spilled across the floor in silver bars, echoing the ribs of her father's glass house. When she reached her room, the air was thick with the scent of dried lavender and the dying embers of the hearth. This was her private kingdom, the place where she shed the silk gowns and the expectations of the day. It was a room of soft edges, velvet curtains the color of the crushed plums, a high bed piled with goose-down quilts, and a single silken pillow that shone like a pearl in the dark. She set the frog down on the mahogany nightstand. He sat near the golden ball, which now looked dull and insignificant compared to the living, breathing presence beside it. "I've sat at your table," the frog said, his voice a low, melodic thrum that seemed to vibrate in the very fabric of the room. "I've eaten from your plate. Now the moon is high, and I am weary. You promised I should sleep upon your silken pillow." The princess felt a final, sharp pang of fear. To let him stay here, in her most private space, was to let go of the last of her defenses. To put him on her pillow was to admit that the distraction was no longer a game. It was her life. She looked at the window, where the night sky was vast and indifferent, and then at the small, persistent athlete who had followed her from the mud to the marble. She thought of the boy with the easy smile. He would never have climbed the stairs. He would have never sat through the silence. He would have never cared for the truth of her heart, only the shine of her crown. "I'm scared," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the crackle of the fire. "I know," the frog replied. "Fear is just the shadow of a promise you haven't kept yet." With a trembling hand, the princess picked him up. She didn't drop him or set him at the foot of the bed. With a deliberate, graceful movement, she placed him right in the center of the silken pillow. She climbed into bed, the heavy quilt settling around her like a cocoon. For a long time she lay there, staring at the canopy above. She could hear the rhythmic breathing of the frog beside her. It was steady. An athletic sound, the sound of someone who was exactly where he was meant to be. She realized that she wasn't sad anymore. The grief for the boy she had lost had been washed away by the steady, persistent devotion of the creature she had tried to ignore. She'd opened the door to him, and in doing so, she had opened the door to herself. "Good night, princess," the frog whispered. "Good night," she replied, and for the first time in a very long time, she closed her eyes and fell into a sleep that was deep, quiet, and completely without shadows. The dawn did not break with a shout. It arrived as a slow, creeping infusion of rose and violet light that bled through the glass panes of the conservatory and into the princess's chambers. The air was cool and still, smelling of the dew-drenched jasmine from the gardens below. The princess woke slowly, her mind drifting through the layers of a sleep more restful than any she had known since the golden ball had first rolled away. She felt a warmth beside her on the silken pillow. Not the damp coolness of a creature from the well, but a radiant, steady heat. She opened her eyes, and the world shifted. The frog was gone. In his place, leaning against the bedpost, with the same coiled, athletic grace she had seen in the reeds, stood a man. He was handsome in a way that had nothing to do with the polished, hollow beauty of the boy with the easy smile. His face was etched with the strength of someone who had survived the depths. His eyes the same steady, intelligent gold she had come to trust in the dark. He didn't look like a stranger. He looked like the truth she had been too afraid to see.
"The promise is kept,"
he said, his voice no longer a thrum, but a rich, resonant baritone that filled the room like the first chord of a great hall anthem.
"The door was opened, the bread was shared, and the pillow was offered. The spell of your fear is broken, princess."
She sat up. With white velvet of her gown catching the morning light, she realized then that the frog hadn't been a disguise for him. It had been a filter for her. She had been so disenchanted by the boy who broke his word that she couldn't recognize a man of honor when he arrived in a humble form. But he had waited. He had been persistent. He had been the distraction that led her back to herself. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed in the room. It sounded like a sword snapping in two, or the breaking of a heavy iron gate. The princess, startled, looked towards the door, where a tall, sturdy man stood in the shadows of the hallway. That was Henry, the prince's faithful servant, a man of iron and loyalty. Crack! Another sound, sharper than the first. "What's that?" the princess whispered. "It is the sound of a heart being set free," the prince replied, a smile finally touching his lips. When the prince had been lost to the well of this curse, Henry had bound his own chest with 3 thick iron bands to keep his heart from shattering with grief. Now, as he saw his prince standing in the light, restored and seen by the woman he loved, the bands were snapping one by one under the pressure of his joy. Crack! The 3rd band fell away, hitting the marble floor with a heavy, musical ring. The princess stood and walked to the window. Below, in the garden, she saw her father, the Soldier King. He was standing by the well, his pruning shears forgotten in his hand. He looked up at the window and gave a single, sharp nod, the salute of one soldier to another. He had always known that the only way for his daughter to find a real prince was for her to learn the value of her promise kept in the mud. The prince came to stand beside her. He didn't offer her a golden ball or a hollow poem. He offered her his hand, calloused, strong, and real. "The glass house is beautiful," he said, looking out over the kingdom her father had built. "But the world outside is wide, and I have a carriage waiting with 8 white horses and ostrich plumes. We don't have to play roles anymore. We can just be true." The princess took his hand. It wasn't the perfect future she had imagined when she was tossing her golden toy in the sun. It was something better. It was a life built on the integrity her father had taught her and the vulnerability that she had found in the dark. And as they walked out of the room, past the fallen iron bands of faithful Henry, and down the marble stairs, the princess realized that the well hadn't taken her joy. It had only held it until she was strong enough to claim it. The carriage waited, the sun was high, and the distraction had finally and beautifully become her home. Morning settled over the wood in a pale, unhurried light. The path between the pines still held the coolness of night.
and the moss along the stones looked dark and thick, as though it had been drinking from the mist for hours. Ferns leaned over the trail. A drop of water slipped from one frond to another, and somewhere deep in the trees, a thrush was singing in a careful silver thread. Goldilocks walked without much aim beyond the pleasure of walking. She had left the lane earlier than she'd meant to, drawn first by a hedge of wild roses, and then by the bend of a narrow path, then by nothing more than the thought that the morning seemed too lovely to spend inside. She was used to moving as she pleased. Gates were often unlatched. Meadows opened without question. Orchards offered fallen fruit. The world as she knew it had a habit of seeming near at hand and quietly available. She wasn't a rough girl, nor a destructive one. She didn't tear blossoms from their stems simply to watch them drop. She didn't kick at mushrooms or strip bark from trees, but she had the easy confidence of someone who had rarely been told that a space might be whole before she entered it. When something appeared pleasant, she drew nearer. When something appeared welcoming, she seldom asked herself whether it was meant for her. She followed the path until the trees loosened and the wood opened into the clearing. There stood a cottage beneath a tall stand of birch, its roof low, its chimney built of river stone. Thin blue smoke lifted from the top in a straight, patient line. Window boxes spilled over with thyme and mint. A neat stack of wood stood beneath a side awning, the logs arranged by size. A copper kettle hung from a hook near the door and shone where the morning light touched it. Goldilocks stopped and looked. The place felt cared for in every direction. The threshold had been swept. A bench by the door held a basket of apples, each one polished against a sleeve until one side gleamed. 3 coats hung from the pegs under the porch, one large and dark, one smaller and warmly browned, and one little coat with rounded ears sewn by the hood. She smiled when she saw that. It was such a gentle detail that it made the whole house seem softer. Someone lives prettily here, she thought. No voices came through the open air. No dog barked. No pan clattered. The cottage did not feel abandoned, only briefly unattended, as though the day inside it had paused for a walk. That was all it took for a second thought to rise in her. If the household had stepped out, a knock would be no offense. If no one answered, then at least she would have satisfied her curiosity. She went to the door and tapped with her knuckles. Nothing. She waited. The clearing held stillness the way bowls hold water. A breeze passed through the birches and moved the silver undersides of the leaves. Goldilocks knocked again, a little more firmly this time, then listened once more. Still nothing. Her gaze fell to the latch. It was smooth from use, and she touched it, almost idly, as to feel whether the morning sun had warmed the metal. Instead, the latch moved beneath her hand. The door opened inward, with hardly a sound. "Oh," she said softly. From where she stood, she could see only part of the room within. The edge of the braided rug, a square wooden table, the red glow of banked coals on the hearth. But the smell that came out was warm enough to feel like an arm laid lightly around the shoulders. Oats, honey, toasted bread, cedar smoke. It was such a home-like fragrance that it did not strike her as a warning. It felt like a welcome, already prepared. She ought to have shut the door at once. Some quiet, reasonable part of her knew that. Yet, the open room beyond did not seem secret or forbidden. It seemed paused. It seemed to belong to a morning still in progress. She stood there longer than she intended, looking at the order of the room, the polished floorboards, the folded cloth near the hearth, the care with which each thing seemed to be placed. Then, because one foot was already over the sill and curiosity had gone further than caution, Goldilocks stepped into the bear's house. The room held warmth the way some hands do, quietly and without effort. Goldilocks let the door ease shut behind her and stood still until her eyes adjusted to the indoor light. It was dimmer than the clearing outside, but not dark. The fire had been banked low in the hearth, and red coals glowed under a cover of ash. Their heat breathed gently into the room, carrying with it the scent of cedar and the sweeter smell of something recently cooked. Nothing inside was grand, but every part of it felt intentional. The braided rug at her feet had been woven in bands of russet, cream, and moss green. 3 chairs stood around the table, each built in the same style but made to different sizes. One broad and sturdy, one a little lighter in frame, and one quite small, with a cushion sewn in faded blue checks. A row of wooden spoons hung on the wall beneath the shelf of the crockery bowls, and there were herbs drying from a beam overhead. On the sill, a jar of wildflowers arranged with care that suggested that they had been gathered to be enjoyed, not merely set aside. Goldilocks moved a little farther in, turning slowly. She was not thinking, "I should not be here," though the thought brushed the edge of her mind once or twice. Instead, she felt something softer and more flattering to herself. She felt that she was noticing beauty, admiring it, perhaps in a way appreciating what others had made. The house did not look like a place that would be injured by a pair of observant eyes. On the table stood 3 bowls of porridge, each with a spoon resting inside. Steam no longer rose from them, but the air above the oats still shimmered faintly with warmth. The largest bowl was a deep, heavy crock in forest green. Beside it sat a honey-colored bowl of medium size, glazed with a ring of tiny painted leaves all around the rim. The smallest bowl was cream, with a blue line circling its edge, and looked so bright and neat that Goldilocks was immediately drawn to it. "Well," she murmured, stepping closer, "you were expected." That was how it looked to her. As though breakfast had been laid and then briefly abandoned, she imagined the family deciding that the porridge was too hot and stepping outside together into the clearing until it cooled. It was such an easy story to form that she accepted it without much examination. She bent over the large green bowl first. The porridge smelled rich and nutty, with a little butter melting across the surface. She dipped the spoon and touched a bit to her tongue. It was far too hot, and she drew back at once. "Oh," she whispered, laughing under her breath, "that will do for no one but someone with a stronger mouth than mine." The middle bowl seemed more promising. Its oats had been stirred with cream, and a little maple sweetness rose from it. She tasted that one too. Better, but still warmer than she liked, and thicker as well. "Not quite," she said, setting down the spoon. Her eyes went at once to the little cream bowl with the blue ring. It looked just right in a way that pleased her before she even touched it. The spoon was smaller. The portion was neater. When she tasted it, the porridge had cooled to a gentle warmth and carried a sweetness of honey and cinnamon. The oats were softer, the milk lighter. It seemed not merely pleasant, but precisely suited to the appetite she had brought in with her from the woods. Without reflecting much further, she took another spoonful, and then another. She didn't sit at first. She stood at the table, eating in small, satisfied bites, glancing around the room while she did so. The little bowl seemed almost made for comfort, She noticed the way the morning light pressed through the window glass and made a pale square on the floor. She noticed a basket by the hearth filled with mending, tiny socks, a larger scarf in progress, a button tin. This was no neglected space. It was a place in active use, a place held together by daily habits. Yet, instead of checking herself, Goldilocks only felt more at ease. The house seemed so peaceful, so decent, that she could not quite imagine anyone begrudging her a little taste, a little pause, a little moment of borrowed comfort. She told herself, though not in words clear enough to be caught, that it was hardly taking, that she would be soon gone, that nothing truly important had changed. By the time she looked down again, the little cream bowl was empty. She blinked, surprised at her own appetite. "Oh, I did not mean to finish it," she said aloud, and the room, still warm and composed around her, offered no reply. Having finished the porridge, Goldilocks became aware of herself in the room, as if appetite had briefly narrowed the world and then set it back in place. She laid the spoon carefully in the empty bowl and looked around with a shade more self-consciousness than before. The house had not altered because she had eaten there, yet some small balance had shifted. The table no longer appeared simply arranged. It showed evidence. One bowl untouched, one tasted, one empty. She should leave, she thought. But the thought passed through her like sunlight through lace, visible and without force. The warmth of the hearth reached her shins. The morning walk had left her pleasantly tired. Her curiosity, once invited, had not yet spent itself. She moved away from the table and toward the sitting area near the fire. Here, the furniture came in 3 sizes, echoing the order that she had already seen. A large carved chair with deep seat and wide arms. A second chair with a curved back and a seat cushion sewn in brown wool. And a little chair, painted blue long ago, its finish worn smooth at the edges by frequent use. A shelf nearby held wooden animals lined in a row beside 3 well-handled books. One had a cracked spine, another was bound in green cloth, and the smallest showed careful repairs along its corner, stitched with dark thread. Goldilocks smiled. The house seemed to reveal itself in pieces, and each piece made it more familiar. She ran a finger over the back of the smallest chair. "You are charming," she said softly, as though speaking to the chair itself. The large chair looked heavy enough to swallow her. She lowered herself into it first, out of courtesy to the order she had begun to notice. Yet, the seat was too broad, the arms too wide apart, the cushion too firm. She sat upright, as though in someone else's former parlor. "No," she murmured, rising almost at once. The middle chair received her more kindly, though its back pressed against her shoulders at a stiff angle. It was well built, certainly, but not restful. She rocked once, twice, listening to the faint creak of wood and wool. "Better," she said. "Still, not quite." Then her glance returned to the little blue chair. It would have been wiser, perhaps, if it had looked frail, if it had carried some obvious sign that it was not made for strangers. But it looked inviting, bright, and perfectly placed near the hearth, as if it had been waiting all morning for someone to curl into it with a book. Goldilocks crossed to it and sat. At once, she sighed. The cushion was soft. The back met her properly. The chair held her in a way the others had not. And because it did so, she leaned farther into it than she should have. She let her shoulders drop. She tucked one foot under the other and gave a small, contented rock. The movement pleased her so much that she tried it again, this time with a little more weight. There came a sharp crack beneath her. For one breathless second, the chair seemed to hesitate, as if deciding whether to forgive her. Then, the seat gave way entirely, and Goldilocks dropped with a startled cry into a scatter of wood and stuffing. She sat still in the wreckage, her heart beating fast. "Oh no!" The words fell out of her at once, stripped of all the easy confidence with which she had entered the house. Splintered blue rails lay at angles around her skirt. A tuft of wool batting had escaped the torn cushion and floated near her knee like a pale cloud. The break was unmistakable. The little chair had not merely been strained, it had been broken. Goldilocks scrambled up and stared down at it. "I didn't know," she said, as though someone were present to hear her. "I only meant to sit." That was true, and yet it did not comfort her as much as she expected. The room, unchanged in every other way, now seemed fuller than before with the lives of those who had belonged there. She could imagine small hands smoothing that blue paint, someone lifting the chair close to the fire in the evenings, someone noticing immediately that it had been damaged. Her first impulse was to set it right. She bent, fitting one piece against another, but the wood would not hold. The leg had split where it joined the seat. The brace had snapped clean through. It was not the sort of break a hurried stranger could mend before the owners returned. A hush gathered around her, deeper than the one she felt on entering. It wasn't threatening. It was worse than that. It was the silence of a room that had been trusted to remain as it was. Goldilocks drew in a breath and let it out slowly. "I should go now," she whispered. Yet, instead of moving directly to the door, she looked toward the narrow staircase at the far side of the room, where the upper floor lay, in shadow and quiet above her. The staircase was narrow and polished at the center of each step by many daily feet. Goldilocks hesitated before it, glancing once toward the door as though she might yet retreat and undo the morning by leaving quickly enough. But the broken chair remained by the hearth, impossible to miss, and its presence stirred a restless discomfort in her. She didn't want to stand beside it any longer. She didn't want to leave with her heart beating so unevenly. Upstairs, she thought, perhaps there might be a washstand, a mirror, a place to collect herself, for only a moment before going. So she climbed. The upper floor was smaller than she expected, tucked neatly beneath the slope of a roof. A long runner lay along the boards, hand-woven in faded red and cream. Sunlight entered through 2 dormer windows and spread in soft trapezoids across the floor. The whole upper level smelled of lavender, clean linen, and pine. Nothing was crowded. Nothing was careless. 3 sleeping spaces opened from the landing. One room held a broad bed framed in dark wood, quilted in deep greens and russets, with a folded blanket at the front and a book lying close on the table beside it. A second room was gentler in tone, with curtains of color of acorns and a patchwork coverlet stitched from old fabric so skillfully joined that their different histories seemed to belong together. In the third room stood a smaller bed under the eaves. It was a quilt that was blue and cream. A shelf above the pillow held a wooden fox, a smooth stone shaped like a heart, and a tiny bunch of dried daisies tied with thread. Goldilocks paused in the doorway. The small room touched her first because it was so particular. Nothing in it was lavish, yet every object seemed chosen, kept, and loved. The stone on the shelf had not landed there by accident. The fox had likely been carved by someone who knew the child who slept below it. A pair of neatly folded stockings rested on the chair in the corner, and on the windowsill 3 chestnuts had been lined up in descending size, as if someone delighted in order for its own sake. She stepped back and looked into the largest room. It was handsome, but far too solemn to invite her. The middle room was softer, though its quiet seemed inward, private in a way she did not wish to disturb. When her eyes returned to the little bed under the eaves, it seemed to offer exactly what she wanted. Not ownership, not even real comfort, only a place to sit for a minute, to steady herself after the shock from downstairs. That is all, she told herself. Only a moment. She crossed the room and pressed a hand against the large bed first, testing the mattress. It was firm as packed moss, no doubt good for a body larger and heavier than her own. The middle bed yielded more gently, but the pillows were piled high, and the blanket smelled strongly of cedar and winter herbs. Then she sat on the edge of the little bed. It dipped under her slightly. The quilt was cool. The pillow had been plumped and set straight. She lowered herself farther, meaning only to rest her back against it, and found that the mattress was soft in exactly the way her bones had begun to crave after the long walk. The room itself seemed wrapped in stillness. Through the window, she could see a piece of sky, pale as milk glass, and the upper branches of the birch trees stirring. Goldilocks took off her shoes and tucked them side by side beneath the chair. That, too, she did without much thought. It was the sort of action one makes in a place where one feels safe. She lay back fully and folded her hands over the middle. The quilt smelled faintly of soap and sun. Somewhere below, the coals on the hearth shifted with a soft sigh. Her alarm over the broken chair had not gone away, but fatigue spread over her in a way that a blanket spreads over a table, covering sharp corners without changing what lies beneath. She would rest just for a minute, she thought, and then she would go. She would perhaps leave a note, though she had no paper and had seen no ink. The idea comforted her because it sounded responsible. She might explain that she hadn't meant any harm, that she had been tired, that the porch had cooled and the chair had seemed sturdy. Her thoughts grew slower. The room, with its tucked eaves and small dear objects, no longer seemed like a child's room exactly, but a room belonging to a life still unfolding, carefully watched and carefully kept. That knowledge brushed her only faintly before sleep drew nearer. Her eyes closed. The sounds of the house soft and blended. The wind in the birches, the faint settling of beams, one distant bird calling and calling from the wood. Within minutes, Goldilocks was asleep in the little bed, one hand curled against the blue cream quilt as the bears began their walk home through the trees. The bears had gone out not because they were aimless wanderers of the wood, but because the porridge had been too hot to eat and the morning too fair to waste while waiting. They moved along a path they knew well, beneath pine and birch and ash, where the ground dipped in familiar places and the roots rose where they always had. The great bear walked first, with an even, measured tread, carrying a walking stick, cut smooth at the top from hazelwood. Behind him came the middle bear, whose basket held mushrooms and mint and a folded cloth in case the little one grew chilled. The little bear went last for a while, then he ran ahead, then lagged behind to study beetles, stones, and feather shadows on the path. They were not fierce creatures, though strength lived plainly in 2 of them, and eagerly in the 3rd. Their life together had shaped itself around ordinary care. Fire laid each night and banked each morning, herbs hung to dry, bread kneaded on Thursdays, boots scraped at the door, quilts aired when the weather allowed. They noticed when one spoon was missing from its hook, or when the smallest stocking had worn thin at the heel. Their house was not merely shelter. It was the visible shape of their attention to one another. By the time they turned home, the little bear was hungry enough to begin naming the things he hoped might be waiting with the porridge when they returned. Honey, toasted nuts, more cream. The great bear listened with a fond seriousness that made their recitation sound like a matter of importance. The middle bear laughed once and reached down to straighten the little bear's collar, where it turned beneath his chin. When they entered the clearing, the cottage stood exactly as it ought to stand. Smoke no longer rose from the chimney, but the windows shone in the mild noon light, and the herbs along the sill stirred greenly in the breeze. For that reason, perhaps, the first sign of disturbance felt all the sharper. The great bear stopped halfway up the path. "The door," he said. It was shut, but not fully. The latch had not caught. A narrow line of shadow marked the opening. The middle bear saw it too. "We left it fastened." The little bear, who had been skipping over the stepping stones, grew still at once. No one spoke loudly. No one rushed. Yet something changed in their movement as they approached the threshold. The great bear set down his walking stick by the bench and opened the door with care. Warm air met them, carrying the scent of oats and cedar, and something else now, harder to name at first. A note out of place, a pattern disturbed. Inside, the room looked almost right. That was the unsettling part. The rug still lay flat. The jars still shone on the shelf. The light still fell across the floorboards in the same pale shape. But the table told its own story immediately. "Someone has been eating my porridge," said the great bear. His voice was not thunderous. It was low and astonished. The middle bear stepped closer to her bowl. "And someone has been eating my porridge." The little bear climbed onto his bench, looked into his own cream bowl with its blue rim, and found it empty. He laid both paws on the table and said, with wounded clarity, "Someone has eaten all my porridge." Silence gathered around the words. The great bear looked slowly across the room. Nothing had been overturned. Nothing obvious had been stolen. Yet, the fact remained. Someone unseen had entered their home, tasted what was theirs, chosen among it, and finished what belonged to the smallest of them. It was not the loss of porridge alone that troubled him. It was the presumption hidden in the act, the ease of it. The middle bear moved toward the hearth and stopped abruptly. "Look!" There lay the blue chair in splintered pieces, the stuffing spilled pale across the floorboards. The little bear made a small sound that was neither anger nor fear, but grief surprised into voice. "My chair!" The great bear bent and touched the broken rail. Fresh wood showed where the paint had split. The damage had happened recently. His heavy brows drew together, not in rage, but in a deeply unsettled sadness. They had built and mended and arranged this room together. Every object had a place because their days had given it one. To see one of those places broken open by a stranger's use felt intimate in the wrong direction, as if a hand had reached into a pocket or a letter. "Someone has been sitting in my chair," said the great bear. "Someone has been sitting in mine," said the middle bear. The little bear stood before the wreckage of his blue chair and swallowed. "Someone has been sitting in my chair," he said, "and has broken it." No one raised a voice. No one struck the table or stormed through the room. The quiet in the cottage seemed deepened instead. It was the quiet of souls taking in the shape of what had happened, letting the evidence teach them where the stranger had gone. Then the middle bear lifted her gaze toward the staircase. "Upstairs," she said. The staircase carried their weight differently than it had carried Goldilocks. The great bear ascended first, each tread deliberate, one broad paw resting briefly on the rail. The middle bear followed with her head slightly tilted, listening. The little bear came last, though he wished to come first, his face still pinched with the hurt of seeing his chair broken below. Upstairs, the air was quiet and sun-warm. The landing looked undisturbed at first glance, yet the bears knew their rooms too well to be deceived by first glances. The great bear paused in his doorway and looked at the turned corner of the blanket on his bed. "Someone has been lying on my bed," he said. Across the hall, the middle bear touched the hollow in her pillow, then the crease in the coverlet, where another body had rested and risen again. "Someone has been lying on my bed." The little bear went at once to the room beneath the eaves. His small shoes were always lined against the wall by the chest beside the bed. Today, there was another pair near the chair, soft shoes with woodland dust on their soles and narrow ribbons at the ankle. He stared at them first, then at the bed itself. The quilt had been rumpled. The pillow was indented. Beneath the slant of the roof, in the place that belonged most particularly to him, a stranger slept. "Someone is in my bed," he said very softly. The others came to the doorway and stood behind him. Goldilocks lay on her side facing the window, one hand tucked under her cheek, curls spilled loose across the pillow. In sleep she looked younger than she had while she was wandering through the house below. The line between her brows, formed perhaps by the broken chair and the uneasy thoughts that followed it, had eased entirely. She looked not wicked, not threatening, not even bold. She looked tired, human, absurdly at peace. For a moment, none of the bears spoke. It would have been easy from a distance to call the sight almost tender. A weary traveler fallen asleep in a small bed under a blue quilt while noon light rested on the floor. But tenderness was not the first truth in the room. The first truth was disturbance. She had entered where she was not invited, eaten what was not offered, broken what was not hers, and then curled herself into the heart of the home as though safety were something she might simply step into and borrow. The middle bear's face softened before it hardened again. "She's only a girl," she said. "She's in my bed," said the little bear, louder now, not cruelly, but because the fact mattered. The great bear stepped inside. The boards gave a quiet creak beneath his weight. Goldilocks stirred, though she did not wake. He stepped near the bed, looking down at her with an expression difficult to name. He was not eager to frighten, yet neither could he pretend that gentleness required silence now. He cleared his throat. Goldilocks' eyes opened. For one suspended second, she looked not at the bears, but at the angled ceiling above her, wearing the blank softness of one newly woken. Then she turned her head and saw them in the doorway, the small bear clutching the frame, the middle bear with one paw pressed lightly against her apron, the great bear standing nearest to the bed, with the noon light behind his shoulders. She sat upright at once. All the blood seemed to leave her face. Her eyes moved from one to another, taking in size, shape, presence, and then leaping at terrible speed through the evidence that she herself had left behind. The porridge, the broken chair, the borrowed bed. The coats by the door suddenly made sense. 3 bowls, 3 chairs. The life downstairs arranged not as a pleasing mystery, but as a home actively belonging to those now before her. I, she said, and stopped. No one shouted. The great bear's voice, when it came, was deep and steady. "You are in our house." Goldilocks looked down at the quilt gathered in her fist. Yes, the little bear's hurt overcame his caution. You ate my porridge, he said, and you broke my chair. She turned toward him and saw, perhaps for the first time, what she had done measured not by objects, but by belonging. Not a bowl emptied in the abstract, but his bowl. Not a chair broken in a pretty room, but the chair shaped to hold his small body by the fire each evening. Shame rose so quickly in her that it almost felt like heat. I am sorry, she whispered. The words were true, yet too small for the room. She knew it as soon as she said them. The middle bear watched her closely. Why did you come in? Goldilocks opened her mouth, then closed it again. Because the door opened? Because it was warm? Because everything seemed lovely? Because she had not, until this moment, allowed herself to feel that loveliness as someone else's complete and finished world. I didn't think, she said at last. And that was the truest answer she had. For a few moments, the only sound in the room was the wind moving lightly past the dormer window. Goldilocks sat on the edge of the little bed with the quilt pulled around her knees, her shoes still beneath the chair where she had neatly placed them, as if neatness could undo intrusion. The bears remained at the doorway, and just inside it, not closing around her, not advancing further than they needed to. Their restraint only made her more aware of her own lack of it. The great bear spoke first. Were you in trouble? She looked up, startled by the question. It held no accusation sharpened for effect. It was practical, almost grave in its fairness. No, Goldilocks said. Were you cold, lost, hurt? No. The little bear frowned, not in anger exactly, but in bafflement. Then why? She drew a breath, felt it falter, and then tried again. I saw the cottage. It was beautiful. I knocked, and no one answered. The door opened, and I thought... She stopped, because what she had thought, no one thing clearly enough to defend, only a chain of ease. I thought no harm would come of looking. The middle bear leaned against the doorframe. Looking became eating. Goldilocks lowered her eyes. Yes. And eating became sitting. Yes. And then sleeping in a bed that was not yours. The words were gentle, but they left her nowhere to hide. Goldilocks pressed her hands together. I know. At that, the little bear lifted his chin a little. You did not know before? He was right. She had known in the thin and ordinary sense that one knows rules. One ought not enter. One ought not touch. Yet knowledge that remains untouched by another person's reality is hardly knowledge at all. It's only habit waiting to be contradicted. Goldilocks looked around the room once more, but this time she didn't see charm first. She saw arrangement, care, repetition, the folded stockings, the daisies tied with thread, the chestnuts lined up on the sill. These were not decorations in a pretty scene she had stumbled into. They were evidence of a life steadily made here, one action at a time. The bed under her was not simply the softest of the three. It was his bed. The bowl downstairs was his bowl. The chair by the fire had been his place. I thought, she said slowly, that because no one was here just then, it didn't matter. The great bear's expression shifted, not softening exactly, but deepening with recognition. And now, Goldilocks swallowed, now I see that everything mattered before I arrived. The words settled over them. The middle bear straightened. In her face there remained frustration, and rightly so. But there was something else as well. Relief, perhaps, that the girl before them was not preparing to argue herself innocent. A home does not become empty because its people step out, she said. It remains theirs while they are gone. Goldilocks nodded. Yes. The little bear looked at the blue quilt, then at her. My chair is still broken. I know. Her voice nearly failed on that. I am sorry for that most of all. Why that most of all? He asked. Because it was yours, she wanted to say, but the answer had become too simple. Because, she said instead, it was made for you, and I used it as though it were just there. The little bear considered this in a solemn silence that made him seem older than his size. Then he gave a small, single nod, not forgiveness exactly, but acknowledgement that she had at last reached the right place. Goldilocks bent and drew on her shoes. Her fingers shook at the laces. When she stood, she did so carefully, taking care not to pull the quilt further out of line. She smoothed the coverlet, lifted the pillow, and set it straight. These small acts did not repair anything important, but they were the first things that she had done in the house, with full awareness that each object belonged within a pattern not of her making. I will go, she said. The great bear stepped back from the bed to let her pass. You will. She hesitated at the doorway beside the little bear. If I can mend the chair, the middle bear answered with honesty rather than ease. Perhaps, but not today. Goldilocks accepted that. A promise offered too quickly might have become another way of comforting herself. Instead, she bowed her head once, not theatrically, but with the quiet humility of someone who had finally understood the difference between admiration and permission. And as they descended together, the house felt changed again. Not safer exactly, for it had always been safe to those who belonged there, but clearer. Goldilocks saw the shelf of spoons, the flour jar, the folded cloth by the hearth, and each thing now seemed to hold a boundary she had once mistaken for invitation. She stopped beside the broken blue chair and looked at it without touching. I am sorry, she said again, this time to the little bear, and this time the apology had weight enough to stand. The great bear opened the door, and afternoon entered in a wide band of mild gold. The clearing outside looked almost exactly as it had when Goldilocks first arrived, the birch leaves turning their pale undersides to the breeze, the stepping stones warm in the light, the herbs along the sill moving gently in their boxes. Yet to her, it no longer appeared as a pleasant discovery waiting to be enjoyed. It appeared as the outer edge of a life she had crossed without invitation. She stepped onto the threshold and then paused there, one hand on the doorframe. Behind her, the bears remained inside. None of them pressed to hurry her, but neither did they pretend that a conversation still needed extending. The moment for understanding had come and passed. What remained was the quieter work of letting it settle where it belonged. Goldilocks turned back once. Thank you for waking me. The strangeness of those words was not lost on her. Thank you not for kindness alone, though there had been kindness in the way they had spoken, but for ending the dream in which she had moved through another household as though comfort were a thing detached from ownership. The great bear gave a single, grave nod. The middle bear said, Take care where you enter next time. It was not a scolding. It was a sentence meant to travel with her, and she felt that it would. The little bear stood nearest the hearth, one paw resting on the table edge. He didn't smile, but some of the sharp hurt had left his face. Goldilocks wished, absurdly, that she could set a bowl of porridge back before him, warm and perfect as it had been before she touched it. Because she could not, she only said, I hope your chair may be mended soon. He looked at the splintered blue pieces on the rug and then at her. "I hope so, too." Goldilocks stepped down into the clearing. The air outside felt cooler than before, though the day had warmed. She crossed the stepping stones more slowly than she had climbed them. At the edge of the porch she noticed her own footprints in the light dust where the threshold had been swept. They troubled her. Such a small sign, and yet it said plainly that someone had come through this ordered place, leaving marks she had not thought to consider. She brushed at one with the side of her shoe, then stopped. The gesture was foolish. One cannot erase carelessness with one more careless movement. So she let the marks remain and walked away. The wood received her quietly. Moss softened the path. The birds had turned to afternoon songs, lower and fewer than in the morning. Goldilocks moved beneath the trees with a different rhythm now, no longer wandering simply because wandering pleased her. She noticed gates where before she might have noticed only flowers. She noticed fences half hidden by bramble, the stacked stones marking field edges, the way even wild-looking places sometimes bore the subtle arrangement of someone's labor. A bee-box stood near a sunny patch of clover. A line of laundry shimmered behind a hedge farther down. Everywhere there were signs that lives extended beyond what the eye first gathered. When she reached the lane, she turned once and looked back toward the wood, though the cottage was no longer visible. She didn't feel chased from it. She felt corrected by it, and strangely, steadied. Behind her, in the house she had left, the bears began the gentle work of restoration. The middle bear gathered the broken parts of the blue chair and laid them in order on a folded cloth. The great bear set fresh water to warm and measured oats in a pan for another small bowl of porridge. The little bear fetched his glue pot and a tiny set of pegs, hopeful now that repair, though not instant, might be possible. They didn't spend long rehearsing their offense to one another. The facts were plain. The house had been entered, their things had been used, a boundary had been crossed. But the day still moved on around them, asking for practical care. Soon, the scent of oats rose again in the kitchen. The cloth by the hearth was shaken out. The upstairs quilt was smoothed and turned back to air. A new order formed where the old one had been disturbed. Not identical, perhaps, but true to the same hands. And down the lane, with the sound of leaves at her back and the memory of the blue chair vivid in her mind, Goldilocks walked home more carefully than she had come. By evening, the cottage had resumed its familiar breathing. The fire had been built up again, not high, but enough to lay a steady amber light over the hearthstones and the lower beams. Outside, dusk moved through the clearing in blue layers. The birch trunks turned pearl gray. The herb boxes on the windowsills gave up their warmth to the cooling air, and the last birds folded their songs into the hush. Inside, the bears had done what could be done for the day. The little bear's bowl had been refilled, and though he had eaten the second porridge more slowly than he might have in another mood, he had eaten it all. The broken chair could not yet bear weight, but it had been cleaned and set together with pegs and careful pressure on the kitchen table, where the great bear had aligned each split piece, and the middle bear had wound cloth straps around the joints to hold them tight overnight. It looked wounded, but not abandoned. That mattered. After supper, the little bear stood beside the table and examined the chair and its bindings. "Will it be the same?" he asked. The great bear considered before answering. "Not exactly." The middle bear laid a paw on the back of the child's shoulder. "But it may be strong again." The little bear nodded. This seemed to satisfy him, though not with cheerfulness. Some losses are easier to bear when they are named plainly. Later, when the dishes had been washed and the spoons hung back in their places, the bear settled near the hearth in the two remaining chairs on the thick cushion drawn close to the fire. The room no longer felt violated, only tender in a place that had been struck. The middle bear took up her mending. The great bear opened the green cloth book. The little bear leaned against the broad side of the larger chair and watched the flames for a time. And after a while he said, "Why did she think she could?" No one pretended to understand. The great bear closed the book across one paw. "Perhaps because she saw comfort and thought first of herself within it." The middle bear threaded her needle through the small heel of the stocking. "Perhaps because no one had yet taught her to see the work inside a room." The little bear looked around the cottage, at the wood stack, at the drying herbs, at the folding blankets, the scrubbed table, the repaired box on the shelf. "But it's obvious," he said. "To those who live by it," the middle bear answered. The little bear was quiet then, considering something beyond his years and yet exactly suited to them. She looked ashamed. "She was," said the great bear. "Is that enough?" The fire made a soft sound as one log shifted deeper in the coals. The great bear looked toward the table, where the little blue chair stood wrapped for mending. "Enough for what happened? No. The chair is still broken, your morning was still troubled, but enough to begin learning? Perhaps." The little bear accepted that too, not because it erased his hurt, but because it gave a place to rest. Far from the clearing, Goldilocks sat, that same evening by her own window with her hands folded in her lap. Supper had been served and cleared away. Her own house, which had always seemed ordinary to her, now showed itself differently. The worn edge of the table where generations of sleeves had rubbed the finish thin. The cup her mother favored, chipped near the handle, and always set in the same place to dry. Her father's boots by the back door, turned inward so the leather would keep its shape. She had lived among these signs all her life, and yet tonight she saw them in the same thing that she had finally seen in the cottage. Not scenery, not convenience, but the visible trace of people belonging to one another through use and care. On the stool beside her lay a length of blue ribbon she had meant to braid into her hair tomorrow. Instead, she picked it up and turned it over through her fingers, thinking of the small blue chair by the fire. She wondered who had painted it first. She wondered how many evenings it had held the little bear before she sat in it, as though it were simply the most pleasant option available. "I didn't know," she said softly into the room, but the sentence no longer comforted her. Not knowing was its own kind of failure when it came from never having looked closely enough. She set the ribbon aside and opened the window a little wider. Night air entered, cool and fragrant with earth. Somewhere beyond the gardens, beyond the lane, beyond the wood, 3 bears were likely settling into sleep in their restored house. The little bed under the eaves turned down once more, the morning's disturbance folded into memory, but not forgotten. Goldilocks hoped they would sleep well. In time she rose, checked the latch on her own door, and laid a folded cloth over the bowl left to dry by the hearth. Small actions, ordinary ones, yet each seemed newly meaningful, part of the quiet language by which a home says, "We are here. This is ours. We keep it with care." When she finally went to bed, she didn't carry fear with her. She carried awareness, gentler and more lasting. And in the hush that followed, the world itself seemed changed only by becoming more legible, full of doors, paths, rooms, and lives that asked not for suspicion, but for reverence. So the night settled, soft and complete, over cottage and village, over bears and girls alike, and order, once disturbed and then restored, gave itself back to rest. It was high summer in the country, when the fields seemed to rest in their own abundance, and even the wind moved with a kind of leisure, passing first over the wheat that were the color of warm bread. then through strips of green oats, and at last into the low meadows where the hay had been cut and stacked in sweet-smelling rises. Beyond the open fields there were woods deep enough to keep their own coolness, and among them lay still ponds dark beneath the leaves. Near one such pond stood an old manor house, weathered and broad, with a moat running round its walls. Along the bank, where the water took the shadows of the house and the trees into itself, burdock leaves had grown so tall and thick that they made a little world of their own. In that leafy shelter, half hidden from the yard and the path, a duck sat on her nest. She had sat there so long that the days had begun to lose their edges. Morning light slid down the leaves, noon pressed warm upon them, evening brought the softer hum of gnats, and still she remained, patient beyond cheerfulness now, for patience had become simply the shape of her life. From time to time another duck came by to ask how matters stood, though no one ever stayed very long. The water in the moat was more amusing than conversation under the burdock leaf, and everyone had some opinion without wishing to share the burden of waiting. At last, one quiet afternoon, the first shell gave way with a small, neat crack. A damp yellow head appeared, then another and another. Tiny bills opened for the light for the very first time. The new ducklings blinked at the green roof of the leaves above them and the green glow all around, as if the whole world had been laid out in one kindly color. Their mother stretched her neck over them with sudden tenderness and brisk authority all at once. "Quack, quack," she said. "Now let us see what sort of children you are." The little ones stumbled out from among the shells and peered at everything with solemn astonishment. They were soft and bright and surprisingly well set together, and the mother duck, though she would not say so in a boastful way, thought them handsome. Only one egg remained unbroken at the edge of the nest. It was larger than the others, and it had required more warmth, more time, and a degree of faith that had become inconvenient. She settled herself again with a sigh. An old duck from the yard came waddling through the leaves soon after, broad of breast and experienced in all matters whether or not they concerned her. She looked over the lively brood with approval, then fixed one sharp eye upon the lingering egg. "That one has kept you long enough," she observed. "It has indeed," said the mother. "Still, I have sat this far into the season. I may as well see it through." The old duck leaned close, examined the shell, and gave a knowing little click of the bill. "It might be a turkey egg. I once made such a mistake. There is no peace to be had from turkeys. They do not understand the water, and what is the use of a bird who cannot take to water?" The mother duck, who was tired and tender-hearted and unwilling to admit to miscalculation, answered more firmly than she felt. "He may be late, but late is not the same as wrong. I shall sit a little longer." "Then sit," said the old duck. "Only do not say I failed to warn you." She went away again, and the leaves closed behind her. The next morning the large egg cracked at last. The shell opened slowly, as if what was within it had no wish to hurry into the world. Out tumbled a duckling, unlike the others, larger, longer-necked, covered in a grayish down rather than yellow, with an awkwardness that seemed to begin at one end of him and continue all the way to the other. His mother stared. He blinked back at her, still wet from the shell, still scarcely gathered into himself. "Well," she said after a moment, because something had to be said, "you are certainly a sizable child." The small ducklings clustered near her feet, neat and golden as polished grain. The new one stood apart, only because there was no room where they stood. The mother duck looked from one to the other. Her brow, if ducks may be said to have such things, nearly furrowed. "You do not resemble the rest," she said quietly. "Your resemblance is not everything. We shall see how you take to the water." That was the test. It always had been. So when the day warmed and the moat lay blue-green beneath the burdock leaves, she led them down through the bankside grasses to the edge of the water. Without more ceremony than occasion deserved, she stepped in. The ducklings followed in a little line of splashes. One after another, they vanished beneath the surface and bobbed up again as the water had only returned them to themselves. Their feet began working at once. They floated, they turned, they belonged. The large gray duckling, after the smallest pause, leaped in too. For an instant, his mother watched with tension in every feather. Then he rose as cleanly as any of them, steadier even, his body carried by water in a long, smooth line. He paddled as if he had been waiting all his life for this. The mother duck's whole manner softened. "There now," she said, with an air of vindication that pleased her greatly. "No turkey ever moved like that. He is mine after all." The gray duckling didn't know that he had just passed from suspicion into a limited sort of acceptance. He knew only that the cool embrace of the moat, the light trembling on the surface, and the strange gladness of having found one place where he was not too large, too small, or too much. In water, everything seemed to fit more easily. His mother gathered them round her again. "Come along," she said. "It is time you were introduced to the duck yard. Keep close, mind the cat, and whatever else you do, carry yourselves properly." The leaves swayed above them as they went, and beyond the shade the wide farmyard waited, noisy and sunlit, full of creatures who had opinions ready before they had looked closely at anything at all. The duckyard stood in a bustle of feathers, muddied straw, spilled grain, and old arrangements no one thought to question. There were hens who kept to their own corners, and cocks who announced themselves from barrels and fence posts as if each morning had been created solely to hear them. A turkey strutted in the heat with such gravity that one might have mistaken him for a magistrate if not for the foolishness in his eye. Ducks moved in company or complaint. Geese passed with self-importance. Cats observed from thresholds. Human footsteps came and went, always meaning to feed, fetch, or drive something elsewhere. Into this society, the mother duck led her children. They had scarcely crossed the yard when they found the place in commotion over the head of an eel. Two families disputed it loudly. Several others offered advice. And in the end, the cat carried it off with composure, as if the whole argument had been staged for his convenience. The mother duck clicked her bill and told her brood that this was the way of the world, though she herself had looked with some longing at the vanished prize. "Now," she said, recovering her dignity, "stretch your necks, turn your feet properly. There sits the old duck with the red rag on her leg. She is of consequence, and you must show respect." The ducklings obeyed as they could. The small yellow ones made a pleasant enough impression. The down was fresh, their beaks tidy, their feet appropriately splayed, and their mother began to feel that perhaps the difficult season had ended, and a respectable brood, after all. Then the gray duckling stepped into clearer view. A murmur ran through the yard, with almost cheerful quickness. "What a curious thing! Did that come from her nest? He is too big. He is ill-shaped. He looks as if he's been put together in twilight." The words came from ducks, hens, and creatures no less concerned than any of them. A sharp-beaked duck darted forward and nipped him on the neck. "Let him alone," said his mother. "He has the look of being wrong," said the other duck, untroubled. "There's no kindness to pretend otherwise." The old duck with the rag considered the family, letting her gaze pass over the neat ones with satisfaction, before coming to rest upon the largest. "The others are passable," she said. "That one is unfortunate." The mother duck preened the gray duckling's shoulder, as if smoothing him might settle the question. "He is not handsome," she admitted, "but he swims well, and I believe he has strength. Time may improve him." Time, however, did not begin its work in the yard with any gentleness. The gray duckling found that every path narrowed when he came upon it. The grain scattered around him faster than for others. If he stood still, someone shoved him. If he moved away, someone followed. The hens pecked his legs for being where their scratching took them. The duck bit when he passed too near their puddles, and the turkey made a ceremony of charging him, swelling and stamping as though he were defending the honor of the whole farmyard from a personal insult. Laughter, if such a sound can be carried in clucks and gobbles and harsh barnyard voices, followed him everywhere. At first, he tried to remain near his mother. She still spoke for him sometimes. "He means no harm. He is only young. Give him room." Yet even her patience frayed. She loved order, and order did not know what to do with this child who attracted disturbance merely by existing. His brothers and sisters, anxious to prove themselves well-made and properly born, drew away from him with growing eagerness. They learned quickly what pleased the others. "I wish the cat would take him," said one under his breath. Another, less brave, repeated it louder when the others were near. The gray duckling heard such things without knowing how to answer them. What argument can be made against being seen and disliked in the same breath? He tried standing in quiet corners. He tried making himself smaller. He tried moving with more care. Nothing altered. Wherever he went, his size seemed offensive, his color a mistake, his face a joke understood by everyone but himself. There were moments when he forgot. At the edge of the moat, if he slipped into the water before the others came, he felt the old ease return. There, at least, movement belonged to him. He could glide between reflected leaves. He could dip his head beneath the cool surface and come up bright-eyed and quiet. The water asked no question of appearance, but every return to land brought him back to judgment. Days passed. Summer deepened. Dust rose from the yard into the afternoons and settled on the feathers of those who had no pond within easy reach. The gray duckling grew, as young creatures do, in spite of unhappiness. Growth didn't help him. It only made his difference harder to ignore. One morning, the girl who fed the poultry came through the yard in wooden shoes, scattering grain from a pail. The ducklings crowded round, peeping and pushing. The gray duckling came too, hungry as any of them. When he pressed near, the girl turned and struck out her foot, not hard enough to injure, only sharply enough to send him stumbling back into the mud while the others carried on eating. No one objected. A few seemed amused. Something gave way in him then, not his courage, for he'd never been granted enough ease to grow proud of it, but the last weak thread that tied him to hope of belonging there finally broke. That evening he stood apart beneath the hedge, hearing the yard settle into the ordinary sounds, wings shaken out before sleep, low muttering from the hens, the scrape of claws on the perch wood, the frogs beginning beyond the moat. His mother had tucked his brothers and sisters beneath their feathers, and there was no space for him that didn't feel borrowed. The moon rose pale over the fields. The air smelled of damp earth and cut hay gone sweet with age. Somewhere in the bushes, the small birds shifted in their sleep. He looked once toward the nest he had come from, though he could no longer imagine fitting under those leaves, then turned towards the fence. It was higher than he ever meant to fly. Fear put a chill into his body, but another feeling moved beside it, quieter and steadier, the sense that staying would wear him away more surely than any uncertain road. So he ran, his wings still awkward and half-trusted, opened, He cleared the fence badly, caught himself, and went on through the weeds on the other side. Little birds started from the hedge in a fright. They fly because of me, he thought, the old conclusion rising at once. Yet he kept running. He crossed the rough road beyond the yard, through grasses silvered by moonlight, past ditches where frogs stopped and stared, until the last of the farm sounds fell away behind him. Ahead lay marshland, open and dim, with reeds standing thick at the edges and water dark between them. There he dropped at last among the rushes, worn through with weariness. The night closed softly over the marsh. No one came to peck him. No one laughed. Wind moved through the reed tops with a sound like low whispering, and the gray duckling, alone at last, and uncertain what aloneness would bring, laid his head beneath his wing and waited for morning. Morning came by degrees over the marsh, loosening a pale silver light across the reeds before the sun itself appeared. Mist clung low over the water, lifting and drifting in thin veils whenever a breeze touched it. The gray duckling woke stiff from the ground and sore with the memory of flight, but the quiet around him was another kind of quiet of the yard. Here, silence was not withholding itself. It simply belonged to the place. He slipped into the marsh water and drank. For a short while he hoped that perhaps this would be enough, that a creature might keep to the reeds, take water when he needed it, keep his head low, and be left to pass his days without trouble. But before the light had fully warmed, several wild ducks came gliding through the channels between the rushes and stopped to stare at him. They were not cruel in the manner of the yard. Their judgment had less excitement in it, which, somehow, made it no softer. "What are you?" one asked. He bowed as politely as he knew. "I do not know that I'm anything worth naming." They circled him once. "You are exceedingly ugly," said another, with the coolness of fact. "Still, that is no affair of ours, so long as you do not marry into the family." Marriage had never entered his mind. Shelter had, and quiet, and a mouthful of water without contest. So he thanked them for their toleration, small as it was, and stayed low among the reeds. They allowed it. For 2 days he lived in that mercy, drinking from the marsh, sleeping among the rushes, speaking to no one unless spoken to. On the 3rd day, 2 young wild ganders came by, handsome in their own opinion, and buoyed by the thought that youth itself was a distinction. They had newly learned the world and believed this qualified them to instruct it. "You there," called one, splashing closer. "You are a remarkable sight." His companion laughed. "Remarkable enough to be remembered. Come away with us. There's another marsh nearby, and in it some very fine young geese. Your appearance will astonish them." The gray duckling scarcely understood whether they mocked him or invited him. For their manner, the two things were braided together. Before he could answer, a sharp tearing sound broke across the water. Then another. One gander flung up his wings and fell. The other gave one startled cry and collapsed into the reeds. Red spread through the shallow water around them. At once, the whole marsh erupted. Wings beat upward from every side. More shots came, close and hard. Smoke lifted blue between the willow trunks and the edge of the swamp. Men had hidden themselves there before dawn, and now dogs splashed in from the banks, driving through the rushes and muddy shallows, noses down, bodies eager and terrible. The gray duckling flattened himself in the thickest reeds he could find. Water trembled around him from the force of the bodies plunging past. A great dog thrust his head almost over him, breath hot, teeth bright, eyes fierce with purpose. For one long instant, the duckling believed everything had ended. But the dog only sniffed, hesitated, and went on. When it had gone, the duckling shook so badly that the water rippled. I am so ugly, he thought, in dazed relief, that even the dog will not have me. He kept still for hours after the shooting ceased. The marsh held no peace now. Broken reeds drifted, feathers clung to blood-dark water. Far away came human voices, then the fading crack of one last shot. Evening drew in slowly, and with it, a wind from the open fields. At last, he rose and fled. He went without direction, driven by fear more than choice, across meadows already roughened with the late-season growth, and through plowed strips where the earth clung heavy to his feet. The wind freshened as daylight fell, turning cold and insistent. By the time the first stars showed, it had become a storm wind, pushing at him from one side so strongly that he had to lean his whole little body against it. Rain had not yet begun, but it seemed folded somewhere inside the dark. Then, in the failing light, he saw a hovel. It crouched low against the field, warped with age and weather, so crooked in its frame that it looked undecided whether to stand or sink. One hinge on the door had given way, and the plank hung askew, leaving a narrow opening. The wind drove through it with a whistle, but there was warmth beyond, or something nearer to warmth than the open ground could offer. The duckling squeezed through. Inside the hovel lived an old woman, a cat, and a hen. The room was small and smelt of peat smoke, stale meal, and the close domestic air of creatures accustomed to one another. The old woman, who saw poorly, sat nodding in her chair near the fire. The cat lay curled in authority near the hearth. The hen occupied a basket lined with straw, and had the composed expression of one who contributes regularly to the household and is fully aware of it. In the morning, the newcomers discovered him. The cat arched its back and purred in a low, rich roll. The hen clucked at once, sharply, and tilted her head. The old woman peered through her dimness and declared it a fortunate thing that a duck had come to her door of its own accord. "If it is female," she said, "there may be eggs from it yet." So the gray duckling was permitted to stay while the matter was tested. 3 weeks passed. No eggs appeared. This settled the position in the house more plainly than any introduction could have done. The cat, whose name was Sunny, considered himself master there because he could arch his spine, purr with elegance, and produce sparks from his fur when rubbed the wrong way. The hen, Chicky Shortleg, believed herself mistress because she laid eggs faithfully and saw no accomplishment equal to it. The old woman loved them both according to their usefulness, which each of them thought wholly just. They often spoke of we and the world, by which they meant themselves first, and everything beyond the hovel only insofar as it confirmed their opinions. The duckling listened from his corner. At first he was grateful for the roof, the fire, the dish of food set down without debate. Yet gratitude did not quiet the old longing. Through the cracked door he could smell damp earth after evening dew. Through the little window he could see weather moving across the fields. Sometimes, when the wind shifted, he caught the scent of open water and felt in his whole body the memory of swimming. One gray afternoon, he said as much aloud. "I should like to be in the water again." The hen stopped pecking at once. "To what purpose?" "It's hard to say," he answered, "only that it feels right to float and dip beneath and come up again." She stared at him in disbelief so sincere it almost amounted to pity. "Have you nothing better to wish for? Lay an egg? Purr? Make yourself useful? That is how one becomes content." The cat opened one eye. "Can you arch your back?" "No." "Can you purr?" "No." "Can you make sparks?" "No." "Then do not oppose settled wisdom." The duckling lowered his head. "You do not understand." "We understand perfectly well," said the hen. "You are dissatisfied because you have too much time for nonsense." The room seemed smaller as she spoke. Firelight thickened by the shadows. The air smelled of ash and old straw. Outside, beyond the warped door and the low roof, and the narrow knowledge of this place, the wide world stretched with all its coldness and uncertainty. Yet in that moment, uncertainty seemed kinder than confinement. "I think," he said softly, "that I must go out into the world again." The hen tucked one wing and turned away. "As you please." So when dawn came, pale and thin among the threshold, he stepped once more through the crooked door and left the hovel behind him. The world outside had changed while he sat in the hovel fire. Summer's breath had narrowed. The fields were no longer rich in the same generous way, but touched here and there by a quiet wearing away. Leaves along the wood's edge had gone yellow at their rims. The reeds moved under a sharper wind. Light no longer lingered so late, and evening came with a chill that found its way quickly beneath the feathers, not yet fully grown. Still, he preferred it. He found ponds where he could swim if no one else claimed them first, ditches where the water lay brown beneath grasses, and lonely stretches of marsh where a gray bird among the shadows was scarcely worth notice. Wherever he went, some creature sooner or later marked him for what he seemed to be: odd, oversized, ill-favored. But the encounters were brief, and there was comfort in briefness. To be disliked and left behind was easier than being made the daily object of a whole yard's amusement. Autumn settled more fully over the land. The forest leaves turned from yellow to rust, and from rust to a deep worn brown. They loosened one by one, then in little showers, and the wind took them spinning over the water, laying them in shallows where they darkened and sank. Crows gathered on the fence rails in the mornings and called hoarsely into the cold. Low clouds moved heavily across the sky, and once or twice sleet rattled through the reeds before melting where it fell. The duckling grew with the season. His body lengthened, his wings strengthened, and though he still thought of himself as the same rejected creature who had crossed the fence in moonlight, there were changes happening in him that he could not yet read. His flight, when he tried it, no longer felt entirely accidental. He could rise from the water with purpose now, circle, and come down again in a sweep that surprised him. It was not the beauty he felt, for beauty belonged to other creatures, but some new force was gathering in his bones. Then one evening, when the sun was low and the west lay full of quiet gold, he saw them. They came out of the reed beds at a distance, pale shapes against the dim blue stretch of the water. Then they lifted, and at last light struck them all at once. White wings opened, long necks reached forward. Their bodies shone with a brightness that was not the brightness of gulls or farmyard geese or anything he had ever known. There was height in them, and ease, and a grave loveliness that seemed to belong to the sky and the water equally. Their cry, when it came down over the marsh, was unlike any voice he had ever heard before. Wild and mellow, mournful and glad in the same breath. He stood still in the shallow water and watched them rise. They turned southward toward warmer countries, toward open lakes that winter would not close. The fading light gathered along the edges of their wings until they seemed to carry evening with them. Higher and higher they went, and he craned his neck upward until it ached. Something stirred inside him then, deep and unsettled, like a memory he didn't possess. It was longing, but unlike the longing he had felt at the hovel for the common pleasure of swimming, this reached further. It widened him and troubled him and filled him with a sadness so piercing and so sweet that he could scarcely bear it. Without knowing why, he cried out. The sound that left him was thin and strange and so unlike the voices around him that he startled himself. The swans didn't hear, or if they did hear, they had already gone too far into the evening. He watched until there was nothing left of them but whiteness fading into distance. Then, nothing at all. After that, he could not forget them. He dreamed of white wings moving over dark water. He dreamed of a place where such birds might descend and not be driven off, where reeds bent to them and streams held their reflections clear. When he woke, the marsh was still marsh, cold and brown-edged, and he was himself. Yet the sight of those birds had left its mark. He loved them for reasons he could not name, and did not envy them, because envy asked one to imagine possession, and he could no more imagine being like them than he could imagine becoming sunlight or wind. The cold sharpened. With each day, the water skin thickened sooner in the night and held longer in the morning. He learned to keep to the deeper parts of the pond, where the surface remained open. When frost came silver over the grass, he swam steadily to keep a space from closing around him. The hole in the ice grew smaller despite his effort. Each dawn it had tightened. Each night he paddled harder, his feet numbing in the black water, his breath quick with exertion. One evening, the wind failed altogether, and the cold that followed was worse for its stillness. The stars glittered as if the whole sky had frozen too. By morning, the opening around him had drawn closed around a narrow ring. He pushed, turned, paddled, struck at the edges with his body, but the ice answered only with a dry, cracking sound and would not give. His strength spent by days of struggle ran out quietly. He made one last effort, then drifted against the hard rim of the frozen pond and became fixed there, held fast by winter. He might have also died, and the reeds would have whispered over the snow above him, and spring would have found him only as a shape beneath clear ice. But a farmer passed that way early, his wooden shoes ringing on the frozen path. Seeing the trapped bird, he came out to the pond, broke the ice around him, and lifted him free. The duckling hung limp in the farmer's hands, scarcely more alive than dead, and was carried beneath a coat flap to a cottage where warmth smoked from the chimney, and children crowded close to every small event, as if it had been arranged for their delight. When he revived, fear rose before reason. The room was full of movement, children reaching, a woman bending, voices too near, firelight, the scent of milk and meal and wet wool. He tried to flee. In his panic, he fluttered straight into the milk pail and sent white splashes across the floor. The woman cried out. He blundered into the butter tub, then into a bin of meal, so that when he burst out again, he wore a mask of flour and drippings and looked more ridiculous than ever. The children laughed and chased him. The woman seized the tongs. Chairs scraped. The room rang with alarm and amusement together. At last, by sheer terror and accident, he found the open door. He flung himself through it and into the snow. There, among bare bushes, where fresh powder had gathered in branches, he lay stunned and shivering. The sky hung low and white above him. Behind the cottage sounds dulled as the door shut once more. Before him, winter spread, without mercy. He tucked his head beneath one wing, not from rest, but from the simple wish to hide from all that had happened, and the snow received him in silence. The hardest part of winter cannot be told all at once, because hardship doesn't arrive in one grand motion and then depart. It comes in mornings that begin dark and stay cold, and hunger returning before one has quite forgotten the last hunger, and feet that ache before they touch the ice, and the long gray sameness of days that offer little besides endurance. The duckling passed through such days almost without measuring them. Had anyone asked later where he slept, what he ate, how he kept himself alive, he could scarcely have said more than that he moved when he must, hid when he could, and trusted the season to end because seasons always had before, though he couldn't imagine how. Snow lay over the fields and drifts that reshaped familiar ground into strange white rises. Ditches disappeared beneath it. The reeds along the marsh stood brittle and pale, their tops rattling in the wind like dry beads. Sometimes the sky cleared and the whole land glittered beneath a hard blue brightness, beautiful and severe. Sometimes clouds lowered into the world seemed made of only whiteness, ash-colored willow trunks, and the dark channels of water that still remained opened, only in a few sheltered places. On the bitterest nights, he took what he could, under the roots or the banks, folding himself tightly and listening to foxes move at the distance and branches crack from frost in the woods. He had no company except memory. At times, the memory was the nest beneath the burdock leaves, warm and green and softly enclosed, though even now carried the sting of what followed. At times it was the hovel, the fire and the cat's purr, which had once seemed oppressive and now appeared almost luxurious against the open cold. But most often, when the sky darkened to violet before evening and the first star trembled above the black branches, he remembered the swans. Their whiteness had grown in his mind until it seemed less like feathers than like light taking form. He didn't know where they had gone. He knew only that they belonged to some order of beauty he had once glimpsed and never could entirely release. Winter thinned him. The roughness of youth began to leave his body in ways he didn't notice because no smooth mirror remained to show him. His neck lengthened. His wings gathered breath. The down that had clung to him from infancy was gradually replaced. Feathers came in, cleaner, firmer, better ordered. He still thought of himself as ugly because he had always been told so, and one may live a long time inside a name given by others. Yet nature, working in secrecy through hunger and weather and time, was shaping him toward what he had been meant to be from the first. Then slowly, almost shyly, winter began to loosen. A pale dripping started at noon from cottage eaves and root-dark banks. The snow crust softened where the sun touched it. Channels in the marsh widened. Once, on the morning of a thin brightness, he heard a sound that he had not realized he had missed, the clear upward note of a lark. It came from somewhere above the fields and altered the air at once. Spring had not arrived, not fully, but it had sent a herald. The change gathered. Water ran beneath the old ice. Willow twigs flushed with the hint of gold. Wind no longer cut so deeply. By the time the last hard frost withdrew from the mornings, the duckling found that when he lifted his wings, they answered him differently than before. There was weight in them, yes, but also power, a sure breath. He tried them once over a narrow stretch of water and crossed farther than he had intended. Startled, he landed badly in the reeds and stood there breathing hard, feeling in his body the possibility of distance. Days later, he tried again. This time, he rose higher. The marsh opened below him in brown and silver bands. Beyond it lay fields paling in green. Further still were orchards beginning to haze with blossom. He didn't plan his course. His wings, wiser now than his thoughts, carried him onward. When at last he descended, it was into a garden so fresh with spring that it seemed to belong to another country entirely. Apple trees stood in bloom, their branches clouded with white and pink blush. Lilac bushes leaned heavy with scented clusters over the winding stream. Grass, newly grown, spread soft and bright between the trunks. The air itself felt young. He drifted beneath the trees in wonder. Then, he saw moving upon the stream ahead 3 white birds. At once he knew them for the same kind he had watched in autumn, though now they were near enough for every motion to be seen. The effortless gliding, the slight lifting of wings, the curved necks, the grave still beauty of them. They seemed even more noble at close hand, not because they sought admiration, because they had no need of it. Water received them as if it were proud to do so. Blossom shadows lay over their backs and broke apart with the current. A deep sadness came over him then, but it was not the sadness of winter loneliness. It was gentler and more resolute. He had lived through mockery, chase, hunger, cold, and the constant knowledge of being unwanted. Before him were creatures he loved without hope. If they struck him down for approaching, the loss would still be less bitter than the life he had led apart from anything beautiful. He spread his wings and went toward them. As he drew near, the white birds turned. Their feathers rustled. They came toward him in a silent sweep that might have been welcome or warning. He couldn't tell. The old instinct of fear rose in him, yet he didn't turn away. "Kill me then," he thought, and bowed his head toward the stream. The water beneath him lay still enough to hold an image. And in that clear spring mirror, he expected to see what he had always seen, a gray, ill-made creature, too large and wrong for any company. Instead he saw a white, long, bright neck curved over the water. A clean breast rode the current. Broad wings, newly full and shining, rested at his sides. The face looking back at him was not the face of the duckling who had fled the yard. For a moment, he couldn't understand. The stream, the blossom shadows, the 3 swans near him, the sweetness of lilac in the air, everything seemed to wait upon that recognition. Then one of the white birds came close and touched him lightly with its bill. Another glided beside him. The third circled once and settled near, not as a judge or rival, but as companion. He didn't know whether joy could arrive too quietly to be believed, but if it can, it came to him then. It didn't burst or dazzle. It unfolded. All the long, lonely months behind him gathered into meaning without losing their sorrow. He had not become beautiful by wishing it. He had not earned belonging by suffering. He had simply grown into what he had always been, though no one around his beginning had known how to see it. The stream moved softly beneath the lilacs. Above them, bees drifted among the blossoms. Somewhere in the orchard grass, a thrush began to sing. And for the first time in all his life, he was not alone among his own kind. The other swans didn't ask him where he'd come from at once, nor require him to account for his thinness, the roughness still lingering in his manner, or the startled way he seemed to listen for insult where none had yet been offered. They accepted his presence with a grace more healing than any speech. One swam at his side down the curved stream. Another moved ahead and turned back now and then, as if making sure he followed. The third remained near the flowering bank, where fallen petals trembled on the surface like little boats. He stayed with them through the first bright afternoon in a kind of wonder that didn't fully settle into certainty. The world felt changed, though of course the world itself had not changed at all. The stream still ran over the stony bend, the apple trees still leaned in their bloom, a light wind still passed through the lilacs and carried their fragrance into the garden. Yet, to inhabit the same air without fear or ridicule, to feel the water around him and know that the shape he had made upon it was no offense, this altered everything. The swans guided him beyond the narrow stream into a broader piece of water fed by it, a clear pool ringed by grass and low stone. There he saw his reflection again, more steadily now. No trick of light had deceived him. He was white from neck to tail, white not with the brilliant flatness of chalk, but with a living sheen that caught silver where the current moved and a cream where the sunlight touched. His body, once all awkward uncertainty, had lengthened into harmony. Even the posture that had seemed strange in the yard, too upright, too still, too unlike the ducklings around him, belonged, naturally, to this form. He dipped his head, lifted it again, and water jeweled along his bill. One of the older swans gave a low musical note. It was as if she had seen him question it and answer it without words. Yes, you are as you appear. Yes, you may remain. They moved together into evening. As the light softened, the garden grew quieter still. The scent of damp soil rose from the edges of the water. Petals loosened in the orchard and drifted down one by one. The duckling, though already in truth no duckling at all, felt an unfamiliar easing through every part of him. Vigilance relaxed. He no longer measured every movement with the chance of giving offense. When he folded his wings, it was from contentment rather than defeat. Night passed peacefully beneath the overhanging branches, and dawn returned to him, joy before he had time to question it. Soon, the garden children discovered him. They came with crumbs and small aprons and skirts, laughing as children do when the spring has put warmth into the morning and bread into their hands. At first, they saw only the familiar white birds upon the water. Then, the youngest pointed. "There's a new one!" At once the others crowded forward to look. Their voices, bright with pleasure, ran over to the bank and out above the stream. "Yes, a new one. Look there, how lovely he is. The youngest, surely. And the prettiest." They threw crust and cake upon the water. One child clapped her hands. Another ran back toward the house, calling for father and mother to come and see. The swan who had once crouched beneath a hedge while birds flew up because of him could scarcely understand such words spoken in his hearing. Praise sat strangely upon him, not because he desired to reject it, but because he so long expected the opposite. He lowered his head and tucked it partly beneath one wing, overwhelmed by a bashfulness almost tender in its confusion. The other swans received the children's excitement calmly. They had heard such admiring voices before, no doubt, and knew that the world sometimes responds to beauty with delight. But to the new swan, every small kindness was still astonishing. The children's crumbs, the smiling faces of their parents upon the path, the easy drift of welcome around him from the birds and the humans, all of it reached him through the memory of colder things. He remembered the yard. He remembered the sharp bite upon his neck, the laughter from the hens, the girl's wooden shoe driving him back from the grain. He remembered the marsh dog passing him over, the cat and the hen and the hovel speaking of the we and the world, the winter pond tightening around him, the chase through the cottage and the flower, and the milk and the fright. These memories had not vanished merely because spring had come. They lay within him still, but changed now by distance, as frost changes a field when seen from far off. Pain remained pain, yet he could look upon it without being wholly buried by it. He understood something, though not in the solemn way of lessons. Rather, it moved through him like clear water finding its course. The creatures who had mocked him had spoken from ignorance of what he was. He himself had believed them, because young hearts often take the world's first naming as truth. But the truth had been growing in silence all along, under his gray down, through his awkwardness, through exile and weather and loneliness. No pecking could alter it. No contempt could erase it. Even he who had borne the hurt had not been able to hinder it by believing the worst. That afternoon, the swans lifted into flight over the garden and nearby meadow, and he went with them. How different it was now. He had once fled the yard with wings used merely to escape. Now air held him as if it had known him from the beginning. He rose above the blooming orchard, above the stream curving like a ribbon through the fresh grass, above hedges newly leaved and roofs flashing in sunlight after rain. The land spread wide and tender below, fields greening, ponds bright, woods just misting into spring. Beside him, the other swans moved in long white strokes, and his own body answered theirs with a sure elegance he had never dreamed could belong to him. They returned to the water at dusk, when the sky was washed with pale gold and the first coolness returned. No one asked him for a history. No one insisted that he justify his place among them. Yet, in the very silence, he found room to remember himself more kindly. He was no longer merely the creature who had been rejected. He was not the one who had suffered. He was a swan among swans, alive in spring, afloat beneath lilac boughs, and the world, which had once seemed all hedge and fence and narrowing spaces, now opened wider, each day. Still, because a gentle heart does not grow proud simply from hearing admiration, he didn't begin at once to carry himself with grandeur. Humility had been woven into him by harsher hands, but it no longer stooped from shame. It settled inside gratitude. At sunset, when the stream turned rose-colored beneath the blossoms, he stretched his neck and looked at the sky, where the evening birds were crossing homeward. He had never imagined there could be such quiet happiness. Spring ripened around him, and the days took on a fullness very different from the swollen richness of summer in the duckyard. There, warmth had once meant noise, competition, feather dust, and the endless sorting of creatures by place and favor. Here, it meant unfolding. The grass thickened along the banks. The apple blossom that had seemed like a soft cloud began to loosen and drift away. Lilacs deepened, then faded. Irises rose near the stream with blue heads among the reeds. Each change came so naturally that to live among it was to feel time move, not as a burden, but as a widening. The swans left the garden sometimes for other waters and returned again, and before long he came to know the neighboring streams, ponds, and broad lakes where the reeds grew high and water lilies later in the season would open. He learned the habits of early morning mist, the places where fish flickered close to the surface, and still coves where dragonflies hovered, and open stretches where wind laid a dark running pattern over the water. He learned the voices of his companions too, the softer calling at dawn, the deeper notes exchanged in flight, the faint rustle of feathers as they settled side by side for the night. He had lived so long under scrutiny that his new life of simple belonging sometimes startled him afresh. A swan beside him might brush his wing in passing, and the lightness of the touch could move him almost to tears. Another might incline his neck in quiet greeting. Such gestures would have gone unnoticed by creatures who had always received them. To him, they were daily proofs that the world held forms of company gentler than he had first known. There were moments, however, when old habits returned. If a bird on the bank gave a harsh cry, he still sometimes flinched. If children ran suddenly toward the water, his body remembered pursuit before his mind recalled kindness. Once, when a gaggle of farm ducks from a distant yard came waddling to the shore and began muttering among themselves, he moved aside at once, expecting mockery. None came. They gave him one look, saw a swan, and lowered their voices in ordinary respect. It was a small thing, hardly worth remark to any observer. Yet it left him shaken for a while afterward, not from fear, but from the strange realization that the insult he had anticipated now belonged to another life. On warm afternoons he liked to drift beneath alder shade and watch clouds travel between the leaves. Sometimes the water carried back whole fragments of memory. The smell of sun on rushes brought him at once to the marsh of his flight. The creak of a cart or the distant lane returned the farmer with his wooden shoes. A glimpse of burdock on some neglected bank would send him straight back to the old nest, where his mother had waited longer than wisdom advised, and for at least a little while, loved him as best she could. He didn't despise those memories now, even the sorrowful ones that had become a part of the deep current under his life. Without the long loneliness, he might not have recognized kindness so clearly. Without the winter, he might not have felt spring enter him with such force. This didn't make suffering desirable. He would not have wished it upon any hatchling under any leaf in any summer field. Yet because it had been his, and because he had survived it, it had entered his understanding. In early June, when the light lingered almost till night, the swans gathered with others on a broad lake bordered by a meadow, flowers and low willow scrub. There he saw many of his own kind together for the first time. Older birds with measured dignity, younger ones still carrying traces of softness about the head and wing, pairs moving quietly in accord across the shallows. No one questioned him. A few regarded him with earnest, for youth has its own radiance in every species, but their interest was not intrusive. An elder swan, broad-winged and marked with the grave calm of age, drifted near as evening settled over the blue lake. For a while, they floated without speech. Then the elder said, in a slow way that swans seemed to have of speaking only what mattered, "You carry your gratitude like one who has been hungry." The young swan looked at the fading light on the water. "I have been hungry." The elder regarded him kindly. "Then you will value abundance without pride." No more was said, and none was needed. Yet the words remained. As summer came nearer, he grew into his strength completely. Flight was no longer an experiment. He could rise with others at dawn and cross from the lake to the stream in one smooth line. He could turn in the air with ease, settle upon the water without spray, and stretch his wings wide enough that the sunlight shone through the feathers at the edges. The body that had once seemed a burden had become a source of freedom. He did not admire himself for any of it in a vain way. Rather, he inhabited it with increasing peace. One morning, the wind carried the smell of cut hay from beyond the meadow, and with it came a memory so vivid that he turned his head at once. Across a hedge and a low pasture stood far off the outline of a farm. Perhaps it wasn't the same. The country held many such places, yards full of hens, geese, ducks, muddy troughs, manor houses with moats overgrown with burdock. Yet something in the set of the roof and the line of the trees beyond it stirred him. For a long moment he watched from the lake edge, half hidden among the reeds. He didn't go nearer. The wish to prove himself, to return to be recognized, hardly touched him at all. That surprised him. Once he had thought happiness would require vindication, that if he ever became anything worthy, he must be seen by those who had despised him. But the feeling had worn away. Their knowledge would not change what had happened, nor improve what he had now. The life before him was too full to spend on the correction of old judgments. So he turned back toward the lake, where his companions were already moving into the water. The sun rose steadily, pouring brightness over the reeds. Frogs clicked from the bank. A fish broke the surface in a clean ring and disappeared. Somewhere behind him, and whatever farmyard memory or distance still held, creatures continued their little competitions and complaints. Ahead, the water widened into morning. He followed the swans out into it, serene as the light itself. By high summer, the lakes and streams had become a world fully known to him, though never exhausted. Water changes daily even when it keeps the same banks, and sky is forever lending its new color. Some mornings the surface shone pale as polished tin beneath a veil of cloud. Some evenings it deepened to bronze, where reeds stood black against the sinking sun. Warm rain darkened the willow roots and filled the shallows with the sweet smell of stirred mud. Dragonflies stitched blue fire over the coves. Water hens slipped between the sedges with nervous dignity. Everywhere there was life moving in its own proper rhythm, unhurried by the need to impress anything else. He loved the stiller hours best. Just after dawn, before the day's heat drew voices from the meadows, the lake lay hushed, enough to hold every reflection whole. In such moments, he would glide through the mist while the first light gathered along his wings, and the world seemed suspended between sleeping and waking. The elder swans often kept near the shore at that hour, their white forms dim among the reeds, while younger birds crossed the open water in soft arcs. The young swan, who had once been called Ugly, felt then a settled joy so gentle it could almost be mistaken for peace itself. Sometimes he thought of his mother. He wondered whether she still sat in some summer shade over the later brood, instructing them briskly, correcting their feet, telling them how to bow before the old duck with the red rag. Perhaps she had forgotten him, as farm creatures often do what brings discomfort and then leaves. Perhaps she remembered only that one season had included a child too large, too gray, too much trouble. Yet he could not think of her without tenderness. She had tried, within the small reach of her own understanding. That reach had not been enough to protect him, but it had once given him a place under her wing, and he kept the memory of that early shelter kindly. The hens and the ducks of the yard came to him less frequently now in thought, and when they did, they seemed distant, almost theatrical in their fussing. Even the old pain had softened around the edges. His life no longer revolved around what had been said to him. It revolved around weather, water, companionship, migration remembered in instinct if not in fact. He had entered a larger order where insult could not follow so easily. Toward the end of summer, the swans made their longer flights. Not yet the great southward passage, but practice for it, and pleasure too. They crossed over fields standing yellow again with grain, over villages where smoke rose blue from chimneys in the evening, over woods turning dark under thunderclouds, over rivers that flashed between poplar lanes. With each journey he felt the old ache from the autumn sighting return, but changed now from longing with hope into anticipation. He was one of those white birds in the sky. Somewhere, months before, a lonely gray creature had watched and loved what he could not imagine becoming. That creature still lived in memory, but he no longer ruled the present. One evening, after a storm had cleared and left the whole western horizon washed in light, the flock settled on a broad pond near a garden where children were gathered, and gathering fallen pairs. Their voices drifted across the water, mingled with the hum of insects and the far sound of a cart on the road. One child, seeing the swans, paused and gave a little cry of pleasure. Another threw a handful of crumbs from the bank. The young swan came near enough to take them. The children admired him at once, as children often admire whatever is fair and near and moving before them in clear water. They spoke of his white feathers, the graceful bend of his neck, the brightness of his eyes. He received their wonder shyly, bowing his head a little, and then drifted back toward the others. The elder swan nearest him said, "You still blush in spirit." He answered with a low note that might have been laughter, "I don't know how else to hear praise." "Then hear it lightly," said the elder. "Beauty is a garment time lends. Kindness is of deeper making." He looked at the quiet water and remembered the dog in the marsh passing him by, the hen telling him he was a numbskull, the children in the winter cottage laughing as he floundered through the milk and meal. Then he remembered, too, the swan who had first touched him, and her bill when he bowed for death, the children in spring crying there was a new one, the patience with which his companions had let him learn joy slowly. "Yes," he said at last, though perhaps only in the silent language of his own heart. "That is true." As summer leaned toward its close, a faint restlessness entered the flock. It was in a way that they watched the sky and the longer glides before taking wing, and the gathering together at evening upon the water. The days remained warm, but now a cool thread ran through them in the morning. The reeds had darkened. Swallows began to mass along the wires near the lanes. Somewhere beyond sight, autumn was preparing again. He didn't fear it as he once would have done. Weather belongs to all creatures, and swans are not exempt from change. But he trusted now in continuance. Cold would come, water would harden in places, skies would thin and brighten and gray again. Yet he need not face these turnings as the forsaken gray outcast of the yard. He would go with others. He would rise into the air and broad wings and follow the old invisible roads his kind had always known. On the last soft evening before the first true hint of autumn, he floated alone for a little while near the stream where lilacs had once overhung the spring water. Their blossoms were gone now. Leaves had thickened and cast a denser shade. The stream carried a few early fallen ones from the orchard. He looked into the current and saw his reflection, still white, still clear, still difficult in some secret way to believe entirely, though he had long since ceased to doubt it. He bowed to that image not in vanity, but in acknowledgement. Then he lifted his head again and turned towards the others, who were gathering where the water widened into the evening light. The first leaves to turn did almost privately, a branch here, a branch there, as if the trees were testing the season before fully committing themselves to it. The mornings cooled enough that the mist lingered longer over the water. In the fields, the harvest stood ready. Threads of spider silk caught between reeds and flashed white in the low sun. The swans began to travel farther, then return, then gather again in greater numbers as the days shortened. The young swan felt the old year circling back toward its beginning, but how different the turning was now. Once autumn had meant loneliness widening around him, marsh water paling under cold skies, the first glimpse of beauty too far above him to touch. Now it meant movement shared, the deepening bond of the flock, the readiness of wing and heart together. He knew at last what the stirring within him had been when he watched the swans depart that long ago evening. Not merely desire, but recognition calling to what yet had not been awakened. The morning of departure arrived under a sky washed clear by night rain. The flock gathered on a broad lake rimmed with reeds gone tawny at the tips. Light spread slowly across the water. One by one, the swans lifted their heads, shook out their feathers, and moved into the open space. There was no loud command, no dramatic signal. The moment came as naturally as the unrolling of daylight. He rose with them. The lake dropped away beneath his wings. Reeds flattened into lines, then blurred into color. The flock drew itself in order around him, white bodies steady against the wind. Each bird held its shared purpose larger than any single will. Below them, the country opened. Fields, woods, winding streams, scattered roofs. Somewhere among those fields, perhaps, lay the manor house with its moat and burdock leaves. Somewhere a duck yard still rang with morning clatter. Somewhere an old hen might be scolding. A cat might be purring by the hearth. A farmer might be setting out on wooden shoes across the frost-silvered ground. He looked at once downward, not searching for any particular place, only receiving the breath of it all. There was no bitterness in him now. The world contained both cruelty and shelter, blindness and kindness, winter and spring. He passed through each and had not remained fixed in the narrowest vision of himself. That was enough, more than enough. They flew for long hours, resting at wide waters, feeding in quiet places, then rising again. The rhythm of migration entered him completely. He began to feel time not as a chain of accidents, but as a pattern, older than sorrow. Morning, wind, cloud, light, hunger, rest, flight. These made a music through which his own life now moved in harmony. At a sheltered lake, on one such evening, children came again to the bank, as children often do whenever water and birds and bread happen to meet. They called out at the sight of the swans, and though he no longer started at human voices, he still turned at the inward reserve which happiness had not erased. One small child pointed directly at him. "That one is the loveliest." The words drifted over the water and were gone, no heavier than thistledown. Yet they touched him because once he had heard the opposite so often it seemed the only language the world possessed. He tucked his head slightly, not from disbelief now, but from the gentle modesty that had grown in him alongside joy. The elder swan, nearest him, gave a low, approving murmur and drifted on. Night settled blue and silver over the lake. The flock slept with heads turned back under wings, bodies rocking softly with the dark water. He slept among them, held in the same quiet. Above, stars emerged one by one. Their reflections trembled in the black surface below, as if sky and lake had met halfway and agreed to share the burden of brightness. Before dawn he woke. The world was not yet visible in full, only suggested. The pale seam of east, the shape of reeds, the hush before birdsong. He slipped a little apart from the sleeping flock and let the water carry him. In that hour between darkness and morning, memory came to him one last time in a long, clear thread. The egg's slow hatch, the stare of his mother, the first easy plunge into water, the yard, the marsh, the shots, the dog, the hovel, the winter ice, the garden stream, the white reflection rising to meet him. Each part remained distinct. None had to be denied for the rest to be true. He understood then, as deeply as he was ever likely to understand anything, that happiness is not made by forgetting what came before. It's made, in part, by being large enough at last to hold it without being broken by it. The suffering had not ennobled him by itself, nor had the beauty rescued him from ever having known grief, but the life before him was richer because he had learned tenderness from deprivation, gratitude from want, and humility from having once believed himself unworthy of love. The east brightened. One bird in the reeds gave the first tentative note of morning. Another answered. The swan stirred. Soon the flock would rise again, and the day's journey would begin. Before that happened, he lifted his wings once, slowly, feeling their breath catch the earliest light. It ran along the feathers in a clear white line. He stretched his neck high and breathed the cool new air. There had been a time when he thought the world ended at the fence of the yard and the cruelty of those within it. There had been a time when he believed himself too ugly even for a dog to bite, too strange for any hearth, too lonely to hope. Now water welcomed him, sky carried him, and company moved around him with quiet trust. When at last the first sun broke over the horizon, he let it touch his face. Then, with a full and grateful heart, he joined the others and flew into the widening morning. The garden lay just beyond the edge of the old paths, where the stones grew thin and the world forgot to name things precisely. It was not hidden by spells so much as by habit. People learned, over time, where not to wander. The sorceress had tended it that way, quietly, patiently, letting the boundaries be marked by seasons rather than fences. In the evening, when the light settled low and amber, she moved among the beds with practiced care. Her hands knew the work even when her thoughts drifted. Roots loosened, leaves were turned. The soil, dark and living, held the warmth of the day. She had once loved this hour best. There had been a time when her strength felt endless, when the garden answered quickly, generously, as if it was grateful for her attention. Back then, she gave without counting, healing, growing, coaxing life where others saw only stubborn earth. These things had felt like extensions of her breath. But the years have a way of changing, even the magic. Now, as she straightened slowly, easing the ache from her back, she paused longer than she was used to. She rested one hand against the low stone wall and breathed in the scent of green. Sharp, fresh, faintly bitter. Rapunzel grew there. Not the child, not yet. The plant. It was an unassuming thing to the untrained eye, a tangle of leaves close to the ground, pale flowers nodding when the wind passed through. It returned every spring, no matter how often it was taken, resilient, modest, alive with quiet persistence. The old ones had named it for that reason. She had planted it years ago, long before she began to feel the thinning of her own reserves. It had seemed wise to grow what renewed itself, wise to keep something near that did not vanish after being asked too much. As she knelt, brushing soil from her palms, something felt off. The space between the leaves was wider than it should have been. The ground disturbed, not by weather or animal, but by a careful hand, someone who had known how to take without destroying. She did not react at once. She simply sat there, the twilight settling around her shoulders, the garden breathing softly at her back. So much of her life had been shaped by giving knowledge, giving shelter, giving cures and counsel, and the slow, patient labor that allowed others to continue on, untroubled by the cost. She had learned, over time, how to accept that most would never notice the weight of it. Still, she touched the torn edge of a leaf, thumb and forefinger closing gently, as if it might bruise under pressure. Later, she would walk the paths beyond the stones. Later, she would listen. Later, she would speak. For now, she remained where she was, letting the quiet settle, the familiar thought that rose, uninvited but unmistakable. After all this, it is still I who must give more. The evening deepened. The garden waited. Not far from the garden, beyond the last thinning line of stones, stood a small house with windows that caught the light poorly. It had once been enough. The man and the woman who lived there had made a life with what was near at hand. They knew the birds by their returning calls. They watched the weather more closely than the calendar. They learned to read the year by what took root and what did not. They did not ask much of the world, and for a long while, the world had answered in kind. Then, the woman grew heavy with child. At first, she carried the change easily. There was a quiet gladness to it, the way her hand rested without thought at the curve of her body, the way she paused more often as if listening inward. She moved through the house slowly, content to let the days pass as they always had. But as the weeks went on, something in her began to thin. She tired more quickly. The work she had once finished without noticing now asked for rest in between. Some mornings she sat at the table long after the light had filled the room, her gaze unfocused, her breath shallow, as though she were waiting for something to arrive. Food lost its hold on her. She ate because she must, not because she wished to. Bread lay heavy, broth cooled untouched. Even the fruits of the season seemed to dull on her tongue. At night, she turned toward the window, drawn to the air beyond it. Her sleep was light and broken, threaded with dreams she could not name. Green dreams,
close to the ground, tasting faintly of earth. Once, while standing at the door in the early evening, she lifted her head as if catching a scent. "There is a garden," she said, not looking at her husband. Her voice was quiet, almost absent of request. "Beyond the path." He knew the place at once. Everyone did, though few had ever crossed its edge. The land there always looked fuller than it should have, held together by care that did not invite notice. He said nothing at first. In the days that followed, the woman spoke little. She rested more often, her hand returning again and again to the same place, as if reassured by the steady presence beneath her skin. Sometimes she would wake with her mouth dry, her lips pressed together, her brow faintly drawn, not in pain, but in longing she did not yet have the words for. Her husband watched, unease settling quietly beside him. He tried to bring her what he could, greens gathered from the roadside, herbs from the market, anything fresh enough to resemble what she seemed to be asking for. She accepted them gently, ate a few bites, then turned away without complaint. The house grew still in the evenings. He found himself lingering outside longer than before, listening to the sounds of the path as the light faded. It was easier, somehow, to keep moving than to sit with the feeling that something essential was being asked of him, and that he did not yet know how to answer. He told himself it would only be once. The first time, his hands trembled as he loosened the soil. He took so little he wondered if it would matter at all. When his wife ate and slept deeply for the first time in weeks, relief moved through him so quickly it felt like grace. The second time came more quickly. By the third, the path no longer startled him. His feet knew where to turn. The stones seemed to remember his weight. He told himself the garden was generous, that what grew there had always returned. He told himself that need, once proven, became permission. Evening settled into a pattern. As the house dimmed and his wife turned toward the window in her half-sleep, he would step outside, carrying love shaped like urgency. He did not speak of it. He did not ask. He took. And the garden bore it. The Rapunzel still grew, but more slowly now. The leaves thinned, the soil remembered hands that were not its keepers. What once rose easily after being gathered began to hesitate, as though weighing whether it could. The sorceress noticed long before she named it. She had learned, over years of tending, the difference between natural loss and human taking. She felt it in the way the earth loosened too easily, in the way the growth returned without its former confidence. She worked longer hours. She gave more of herself to keep the balance steady. At first, she waited for the taking to stop. When it did not, she waited again. Each time she found the ground disturbed, the same thought rose, quiet, restrained, familiar, and each time she pressed it back down. But patience, like soil, can only be turned so many times before it thins. So one evening, when the light settled low and amber, she did not turn away. She stood where the Rapunzel grew closest to the path, her basket resting at her feet, her hands still from their work. When the man came, his steps were easy now, his movements practiced. He knelt without hesitation and reached for the plant as he always had. "Enough," she said, not loudly, not sharply, but with the calm certainty of someone who has already decided. He froze. He had not heard her approach. He looked up, startled, shame moving through him, not because he had been caught, but because he suddenly saw the shape of his own choosing laid bare. I would have asked," he said, the words leaving him before he could shape them.
She looked at him, truly looked, and saw not a thief, but a man worn thin by love and fear and the quiet knowledge of his own limits. "You are asking," she replied, "just not with words." He lowered his gaze. "My wife is with child," he said. "She weakens when she goes without this. I told myself I would stop." The sorceress knelt and pressed her palm to the disturbed soil. Her touch was gentle, assessing not the act, but the cost. "You take from what endures. That is why it has lasted this long." The night held its breath around them. "When the child is born," she said, rising slowly, "she will come to me." He looked up, startled, not by anger, but by the finality of it. "I will raise her," the sorceress continued. "She will be kept. She will be taught. She will know the rhythms that hold this world together. And she will be safe." She paused, then added, not as a promise, but as a fact, "She will want for nothing I can give." The words settled between them. The man felt something loosen in his chest, a knot he had carried without knowing its name. He thought of the child, already real to him, and of the narrow life waiting beyond the dim windows of the house. He thought of how quickly love had turned into taking. In that moment, he believed, or needed to believe, the wanting would end. At last, he nodded. The sorceress inclined her head, not in triumph, but in acknowledgement. "Go," she said. "Take what is needed." And he did. And when the child was born, and the house filled with new breath and quiet wonder, the bargain did not feel like a theft. It felt like an ending. Rapunzel did not leave her mother all at once. At first, she did not leave her at all. When the child was born, the small house filled with soft astonishment that always follows new life. The woman held her close, learning the weight of her, the way her breath fluttered like something newly arrived. For a time, that was enough. The world, however, does not pause for wonder. Down the path from the small house, not far, but far enough to feel separate, lived the sorceress. Her home stood near the garden, whole and weathered, shaped by years of work and changing seasons. Its walls were thick, its windows wide, its doors left open more often than they were closed. The air smelled of drying herbs and turned earth, of things meant to heal rather than impress. She came first as help. She brought poultices for the mother, infusions to steady her strength, quiet knowledge offered without display. She never stayed too long. She never asked for more than was given. "She is strong," the sorceress said once, watching the infant with an open, thoughtful gaze. "But strength must be tended." The mother listened. At first, the visits were brief. The sorceress would hold the child while the woman rested, humming low, steady tunes that seemed to calm even the air. When she left nothing behind but ease. As Rapunzel grew, so did the time she spent there. The sorceress taught her small things at first, how to recognize plants by touch, how to feel when soil was ready for seed, how to listen before acting. These were things the parents did not know and could not easily learn. Rapunzel returned home with dirt on her hands, light in her eyes, carrying stories that spilled out faster than her words. "She learns quickly," the sorceress said, not boastfully, but with a pride that felt earned. The mother watched, warmth and unease living side by side in her chest. Gratitude was there, too, gratitude for the rest she was given, for the way her child seemed steadied by the other woman's care. It was the father who spoke first, of staying longer. "She thrives there," he said,
one evening carefully. She is watched, she is taught, she will not want. The mother turned the thought over in silence. She loved her child. That much was unquestioned. But love, she was learning, did not always mean holding close. Sometimes it meant allowing another set of hands to carry what you could not always lift alone. "She can come home," the sorceress said, when the thought was finally spoken out loud. "Often. She will not be lost to you." It was then that the tower was mentioned. Not as a demand, not as a decree. The tower had stood for years at the edge of the land, an old watchtower meant for distance and warning, long unused. The sorceress spoke of it plainly, as one might speak of a room already built. "It is high," she said. "The air is clean. From there she can see the garden whole. She will be safe." The mother imagined it, light moving through open windows, space enough for breath and learning. She imagined her child watched over, growing strong under a careful eye. She wept the night the decision was made, not because she believed it was wrong, but because it was real. Rapunzel, too young to understand the shape of change, reached easily for the sorceress' hand the next morning. She did not know she was leaving something behind. She only knew she was being led somewhere bright. In the beginning, she returned often, then less so. And then the days found their own order. The tower did not feel like an ending. It felt like care. And no one yet thought to ask how long care was meant to last. The tower settled into Rapunzel's life the way routines do, quietly, without ceremony. At first, it felt like an extension of what she already knew. Morning light reached her earlier there. The air moved more freely through the open windows. From that height, the garden unfolded below her in careful patterns she had become to recognize. The darker beds, the lighter ones, the paths worn smooth by years of tending. The sorceress did not climb to her each day. She did not need to. Rapunzel learned the rhythm quickly. She had heard footsteps below. She leaned out and let her hair fall long and pale, a simple solution offered without thought. The sorceress climbed with practiced ease, praising the strength of it, smoothing it gently when she reached the top. "This will save your arms," she said once, almost amused, "and my knees." Rapunzel laughed, pleased to be useful. Days passed in lessons and listening. The sorceress showed her how to dry herbs in bundles that caught the warmth but not the sun, how to tell when roots were ready to be lifted, how to wait before acting. Rapunzel absorbed these things without effort, the way children do when learning feels like attention rather than instruction. When the sorceress worked below, Rapunzel sang. She sang to mark time, to feel the quiet, to feel her own voice move outward and return. The sound traveled easily from the tower, drifting across the garden, settling among the leaves. It pleased the sorceress to hear it, pleased her more than she ever said. She worked more slowly then, her hands lingering in the soil, her head lifted slightly, as though the sound anchored her to the moment. Meals were shared when they could be. Sometimes Rapunzel came down and ate at the long wooden table in the low house near the garden. Sometimes food was brought up, baskets lifted carefully, conversation carried on in easy fragments. There was no strictness to it, no sense of rule, only habit. As Rapunzel grew, the tower grew familiar. She learned where the stone held warmth longest, where the breeze entered first. She learned how to sit in the window so that the light felt just right on her work. The height no longer felt like distance. It felt like perspective. The visits to her parents' house continued, though less often than before. At first, she returned every few days,
than every week. The path remained known to her, but it no longer shaped her days. Her mother held her tightly when she came, breathing her in as though to reassure herself she was still real. Her father watched from the doorway, comforted by how steady she seemed, how easily she moved between the two worlds. "She is happy," he would say afterwards, and believe it. And she was, for a long while. The sorceress watched her carefully, not with suspicion, but with a kind of quiet accounting. She noticed how easily Rapunzel adapted, how little she asked for what was not already present. She took comfort in the way the tower held her, the way the days arranged themselves neatly around their shared work. All this remains, she thought, again and again. And Rapunzel, looking down from the window as the evening settled into its familiar hush, believed the same. The world felt ordered. The days felt sufficient. And no one yet thought to ask what would happen when sufficiency began to feel small. The changes did not arrive all at once. They came as small adjustments, each one reasonable on its own, hardly worth naming. Rapunzel spent her days in the tower now, the space shaped gently around her routines. She knew where the stone stayed warm longest, where the light lingered in the afternoon. From the open window, she could see the garden below, the paths, the beds, the familiar movement of the sorceress as she worked. When the sorceress wished to come up, she would stand at the base of the tower and call Rapunzel's name. "Rapunzel!" Sometimes she called only once, sometimes twice. Rapunzel would come to the window and answer, her voice lifting in song, clear and easy, a sound that meant she was awake and listening. After the song came the familiar gesture. She leaned forward and let her hair fall, long and pale, a simple solution offered without thought. The sorceress climbed carefully, trusting what had never failed her. At first, the timing did not matter. If Rapunzel was slow to hear, the sorceress waited. If the song came late, it came late. The days were wide then, generous. But over time, the waiting changed. The sorceress began to linger longer at the base of the tower after calling Rapunzel's name. She listened, not impatiently, not sharply, but with a stillness that carried expectation. Rapunzel noticed. She began to answer more quickly, her voice rising in song sooner, eager to reassure before the silence stretched. The words that shaped the days grew firmer, though they were still spoken gently. "Stay where I can see you. Call before you lean out. Wait for me." They were offered as care, and Rapunzel received them that way. She no longer climbed down on her own. There was no single moment when this changed. It simply became easier to stay where she was. If she wished to go below, the sorceress would come for her. If she wished to leave the tower, there was always another time, another day. Soon felt sufficient. Her visits to her parents grew fewer. Not forbidden, just delayed. Another lesson to finish, another evening settling in, another morning already full. Her hair grew longer. At first, it was only useful. Then it became familiar. Then it became expected. The sorceress praised it often now, smoothing it carefully when she reached to the top. "You keep me close," she said once, smiling, "even from so high above." Rapunzel smiled back, warmed by the thought. The tower still felt safe. The days felt ordered. The love between them felt whole. And yet, without anyone intending it, love had begun to rely. And reliance, once settled, quietly learned to expect. The first time Rapunzel heard a voice that was not the sorcerer's, she did not recognize it as anything important. It drifted upward from the edge of the garden, carried lightly on the air, almost lost among the bird song and wind. She paused in her work and leaned toward the window, more curious than alert. "Who sings so high?" the voice asked, not loudly, not boldly, simply wondering aloud. Rapunzel laughed, surprised by the sound of it leaving her so easily. "I do," she called back, her voice falling into the open space below. It felt strange to hear herself answered by something other than an echo. The man stood at a distance, respectful of the paths he did not yet know. He did not look up right away. He listened first, as though the sound itself mattered more than its source. "Well, that's a good place for a voice," he said. "It travels well from there." Rapunzel smiled to herself. They spoke like that at first, in small pieces, unhurried, about the weather, about how the light changed at different hours, about nothing that felt like intrusion. He didn't ask why she was there. He didn't ask how she came to be so high above the ground. He spoke to her as though the tower were simply another place a person might stand. When the sorceress returned to the garden, she noticed the change at once, not in Rapunzel's behavior, but in the air itself. Something had shifted, the way it does when a window has been opened somewhere out of sight. Rapunzel spoke of the man later, as if mentioning a passing detail. "He listens," she said thoughtfully, "before he speaks." The sorceress paused in her work. "That is not always a kindness," she said after a moment. Rapunzel considered this, then shook her head. It felt like one. The meetings continued, quiet and infrequent. Sometimes days passed between them, sometimes weeks. The man never lingered long. He never asked Rapunzel to come closer. He never raised his voice. He only returned. And each time he did, Rapunzel found herself listening differently. Not with anticipation exactly, but with a sense of being met, as though her words landed somewhere they did not have to be shaped or explained. "You seem content," he said once, not as a question, not as a challenge. "I am," Rapunzel replied, and meant it. He nodded, accepting this without argument. "And yet," he added gently, "contentment is not the same as completeness." The words settled without demand. Rapunzel did not answer right away. She watched the garden below, the careful order of it, the familiar movement of the sorceress among the beds. Everything she knew was there, everything that had held her. "I have everything I need," she said at last. "I believe you," he replied. "I just wondered if you ever wonder what you might choose if choosing were simple." He did not wait for an answer. That was the difference. When the sorceress climbed the tower that evening, she found Rapunzel quieter than usual, standing at the window, even after the light had shifted. "You should come inside," she said. "The air is cooling." Rapunzel turned, obedient as ever, and yet something lingered behind her eyes, a thought not yet formed. That night, Rapunzel dreamed not of leaving, but of standing still while the world moved around her. It was a small dream, a gentle one, but when she woke, the tower felt just slightly less like the whole of the sky. Nothing changed at once. That was what unsettled Rapunzel the most. Not the presence of the man in the garden below, but the way her days continued as they always had, even as something inside her shifted its weight. The tower still caught the light first in the morning. The garden still moved in its careful patterns below. The sorceress still came when called, her hand steady, her voice familiar. And yet, Rapunzel found herself listening differently now, not for footsteps, but for pauses, not for calls, but for the space that followed them. When she sang, her voice sounded the same to her ears, but she noticed how long it had lingered in the air afterward, how it traveled beyond the garden's edge before fading. She wondered where it went when it left her. She had never wondered that before. The man did not come every day. He did not need to. His absence did not feel like lack. It felt like room. When he did appear, he spoke as he always had, quietly, without urgency, as if conversation were something to be set down gently and returned to later. "You think a great deal," he said once, after a long silence. Rapunzel smiled. "I always have." "Yes," he agreed. "But now you seem to be listening to yourself think." She turned that over. Below them, the garden breathed in its familiar way, leaves lifting and settling with the light. The sorceress worked there, attentive as ever, her movements practiced, purposeful. "She has given me everything," Rapunzel said, not defensively, simply stating a truth that she had always known. "I can see that," he replied, "and she has done it well." That mattered. He did not diminish what had been given. He did not suggest it was false or cruel. "And she worries," Rapunzel added softer now, "if I'm not where she expects me to be." "That is a heavy thing," he said gently, "to be someone's certainty." The words stayed with her. Later, when the sorceress climbed the tower, Rapunzel noticed how carefully she smoothed her hair, how her hand lingered a moment longer than before. "You are quiet," the sorceress said. Rapunzel hesitated. "I was thinking," she said finally, "about how long I have been here." The sorceress's expression did not change, but something in her posture did. A subtle tightening, a drawing inward. "You have always been here," she replied. "You are safe." Rapunzel nodded. That was true. Still, that night, as she lay listening to the wind move through the open window, she felt the days arrange themselves in her mind. Not as a single endless shape, but as a line with a before and an after. She did not yet imagine leaving. She did not imagine staying forever. She only imagined choosing, and was surprised to realize she did not know how. It was not a frightening thought, just a tender one. And tenderness, once noticed, does not easily return to sleep. The moment did not arrive with thunder or raised voices. It came the way most turning points do, disguised as concern. The day had been warm, the kind that lulled the garden into a slow, fragrant quiet. Rapunzel stood at the window longer than usual, watching the light move across the beds below. She did not sing right away when her name was called. The sorceress waited. She called again, her voice steady. Practice. "Rapunzel!" Rapunzel answered then, her song soft and unhurried, drifting down like reassurance. She leaned forward, letting her hair fall as she always had. But when the sorceress climbed, her movements were quicker than before, not rushed, intent. "You should not wait so long," she said when she reached the top. Her hands moved immediately to Rapunzel's hair, gathering it, smoothing it, checking its length as if for damage unseen. "I was only watching the light," Rapunzel said. It was the truth. She offered it easily. The sorceress nodded, but did not smile. "You must be careful," she replied. "From here, even small delays matter." Rapunzel felt the words settle strangely. Delays. Matter. She followed the sorceress inside, obedient as ever, but her steps were slower now, as if some part of her wished to remain where she was. The room felt smaller than it had this morning, though nothing had changed. You have been spending too much time at that window, the sorceress continued, arranging things that had not needed arranging. Your voice carries farther than you realize. Rapunzel hesitated. It always has, she said gently. Yes, the sorceress answered, and that is precisely why it must be guarded. The quiet between them lengthened. Rapunzel sat on the edge of the bed, folded her hands in her lap. She did not feel frightened, only unsettled, the way one does when a familiar room is rearranged without warning. I spoke with someone today, she said carefully, not as a confession, not as a challenge, simply as truth. The sorceress's hands stilled. Who? She asked. A man who walks the paths near the garden, Rapunzel replied. He listens. The word hung there, light and dangerous all at once. The sorceress turned then, really turned, her expression composed but sharpened by something Rapunzel had not seen before. You do not know his intentions, she said. People do not always come with what they claim. I know, Rapunzel said. He did not ask me for anything. That seemed to trouble the sorceress more, not less. That is how it begins, she said quietly, with listening, with space, with questions that feel harmless. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. You have everything you need here. Rapunzel looked at her, at the woman who had raised her, taught her, held the world steady around her for so long. She saw the love there. She saw the fear too. I know, she said again, and this time it was the fear she was answering. The sorceress reached out and took Rapunzel's face in her hands, her touch firm but not unkind. Then stay, she said. Stay where I can keep you safe. Stay where nothing can take you from me. The words landed heavier than they were meant to. Rapunzel felt something inside her shift, not away, but awake. She understood suddenly that the care she lived inside had begun to need something from her in return. Not gratitude, not obedience. Stillness. She did not pull away. She did not argue. She only nodded. Later, alone again, Rapunzel stood at the window and let her hair fall through her fingers. It felt the same as it always had, strong, familiar, warm from the sun. But now she understood what it was. Not just a bridge, a tether. And once seen, such things cannot be unseen. The evening came quietly. Light rested on the garden in its familiar way, settling into the paths Rapunzel knew by heart. From the window of the tower, she looked down once more, not in longing, not in fear, but in recognition. Below, the sorceress called her name. Rapunzel! Rapunzel went to the window. She did not sing. Instead, she gathered her hair into her hands and let it fall, long and pale, over the stone, offering the familiar path without the familiar sound. The sorceress climbed as she always had, hand over hand, trusting what had never failed her. When she reached the top, she stepped into the room and stopped. Rapunzel was not waiting at the window. She stood further back, near the door, steadied and unafraid. They looked at one another for a long moment. You were ready, the sorceress said. Yes, Rapunzel replied. Because of you. The words were not farewell, nor defense. They were simply true. Rapunzel gathered her hair and laid it carefully over the iron hook set into the stone, the one that had held it for so long. She tested its weight once, then turned towards the opening. I will go now, she said, and I will come back. The sorceress did not answer at once. Then she nodded. Rapunzel began to climb, slowly and with care, the way she had once watched others climb up. Stones passed beneath her hands. The air cooled as she descended. The ground rose to meet her. When her feet touched the earth, she let go. She stepped back and looked up. The sorceress stood at the window, her hands resting on the stone. For a moment, she did nothing at all. Then she reached forward and lifted Rapunzel's hair from the iron hook. She let it fall. The long, pale length slipped downward, pulling softly on the ground so that nothing remained to hold Rapunzel there, and she could walk away. Neither of them spoke. Rapunzel turned toward the path. She went out into the world. Time passed, and in time she returned. Not at once, not every day, but often enough that the path did not forget her. She came when the light lay gently on the garden. She sat at the long wooden table near the low house, and she shared what she had seen. She listened when the sorceress spoke of the old ways, of seasons that turned whether one wished them to or not. And the tower stood still, but it was no longer the only place Rapunzel was known. Others came to the garden as well, women who carried their own knowledge, their own weariness. Some stayed for a time, some returned again. The work widened, the days found new rhythms. The sorceress remained. She tended what was hers to tend. She watched more than she held. What she had feared did not come to pass. Rapunzel did not disappear. And Rapunzel, living where her choosing could breathe, learned that love could stretch without breaking. Sometimes, when the light rested just so, she sang. Not to be answered, not to be reached, only because the air was open and the song belonged to it. They were poor, though not in the way that invites rescue. The house stood where the land thinned and the work never quite ended. There was always something that needed mending, something that had to be stretched longer than it should have been. Food came regularly enough. No one starved, but ease never arrived, and nothing was ever wasted without consequence. The father had 3 daughters, and he loved them. This was evident in the way that he worked until his body ached, and in the way his voice softened when he spoke their names. Love in that house was steady and unquestioned. It did not, however, make the world more forgiving. The youngest was known for her beauty. It was not something she had chosen, nor something she had learned to think about very much. It was spoken of by others, carried lightly between neighbors, remarked upon without ceremony. A long, clear face, eyes that held the light, hair that seemed to catch the air when she moved. It followed her, whether she wished it or not. She herself learned how to live quietly inside the family's limits, how to step back, how not to ask for what would have been taken from somebody else. It was not goodness in the way stories prefer, it was adaptation. It was the winter that the bear came. He appeared at the edge of the yard, white against the snow, so large that the air itself seemed to pause around him. The horse panicked. The wind shifted. The bear waited. The father didn't run. He didn't raise his voice. He stood very still, as though sudden movement might make the ground give way beneath them all. And then the bear spoke. His voice was deep, measured, unhurried. Not coaxing, not threatening. He spoke as one speaks when the shape of the world has already been arranged. If the father would give him his youngest daughter, the family would never want again for anything that they needed. The fields would hold. The animals would thrive. The house would stand not only through this winter, but through the winters to come. When he spoke, his gaze rested on the youngest longer than the others. Not hungrily, not possessively, as one recognizes what the world has already marked. The father didn't answer. He told the bear to return in a week. The bear inclined his head as though it had always been part of the matter, and left. The week that followed was long. The father said nothing at first. He went about his work. He ate. He slept. He watched his daughters with a care that did not announce itself. When he finally spoke, he didn't command. He didn't plead. He told them what had been offered and what refusing it might mean. The youngest said no at once. She said it clearly. She said it through tears. She said it knowing what the offer asked for and what agreeing would cost. She did not pretend courage. She was frightened, and she allowed that to be known. The father listened. He didn't argue into her compliance, and he didn't dismiss her fear. He knew her, and he knew the way responsibility gathered around her without being asked. He also knew the shape of the world they lived in, and how rarely it bent for the sake of one person's will. He didn't say, "You must." He said nothing. As the days passed, the weight of the offer settled over the house, not as urgency, but as something that was inevitable. The cold didn't soften, and the future didn't widen, and the youngest became newly aware of how often eyes found her, how value gathered around her without her consent. It wasn't admiration, it was assessment. By the time the bear returned, she had not stopped being afraid. But she had understood something. She knew, without anyone needing to say it, that the offer existed because of her. That beauty had already been translated into value by a world that did not ask what she wanted in return. Refusing would not undo that economy. It would only redirect its cost. So she told her father she would go. Not because she wished to or because she believed it would be good, but because this was the road that had opened, and she didn't see another that did not ask the same endurance of everyone else. The father wept then. He didn't pretend relief, and he didn't frame her choice as blessing. He embraced her, and his love did not protect her from what was happening. The bear waited. She mounted his back. He didn't rush. He didn't touch her more than was necessary. He carried her as one carries something that matters. They traveled far, over mountains she had never imagined, through cold that did not explain itself. When they reached his dwelling, it wasn't a cave, but a great house, old and solid, built for long winters and the quiet accumulation of time. By day, she was alone. By night, he came. She never saw him then, only felt the weight of him beside her. The carefulness, the restraint, the way he spoke to her as if she were already safe, even before she believed it. She didn't stop missing her family, and she didn't stop wishing for the world that had offered something else. But she lived, and slowly, without permission, without ceremony, fear loosened its grip. This was not yet the breaking, but it was the beginning of endurance. At first, the days felt long. Not difficult exactly, just unshaped. Time stretched without the familiar markers of voices overlapping or work shared across a room. The house was large and quiet, and it didn't rush her. By daylight, the bear was gone. She woke alone in a bed that held warmth longer than she expected. Food appeared without comment, simple, steady, enough. Bread that stayed soft, water that didn't freeze, a fire that caught when she needed it to. Nothing dazzled, but nothing failed her. She moved through the house slowly, learning to use it rather by curiosity. Which doors stuck in the cold? Which windows held the light the longest? Where sound carried and where it fell away. The place revealed itself the way some lives do, not all at once, but through repetition. Outside, the mountains kept their distance. Snow lay deep and unbroken. The world didn't invite wandering. It suggested staying put. At night, the bear would return. She heard him before she felt him. The weight of his steps, the change in the air when something large entered her room. He spoke to her quietly, never sudden, never loud. He didn't ask her to turn towards him, and she didn't. They spoke of ordinary things, the weather, the work she'd done that day, how the house held heat, how long the winter night lasts, and when she asked questions, he answered plainly and stopped where the answer ended. Some nights she lay awake listening to the sound of him settling beside her. Other nights, sleep came before she realized she had been waiting for it. Fear didn't leave in a way she could mark. It loosened, slowly. On some nights more than others, there were evenings where her body stayed tense until morning, and others when she woke surprised to find the dark already gone. Neither felt like progress. They were just nights passing. Weeks moved through the house. Her hand stopped shaking when she reached for unfamiliar things. She stopped measuring the hours. Her shoulders lowered without her noticing. Comfort arrived without ceremony. But still, she missed her family. That didn't change. Missing them didn't just fade because the days were easier. It lived alongside the warmth, the quiet, the steadiness. Sometimes she caught herself imagining her father's hands at work, her sisters' voices crossing over one another, and the images stayed with her as she moved from room to room. The house didn't replace what she'd lost. It held it. She began to notice how the bear treated her, not as something acquired, not as something that needed to be managed. He didn't watch where she went or comment on how she spent her days. He assumed she would live them. At first, that unsettled her. She was used to value being measured, recalculated, weighed again when circumstances shifted. Here, there was no visible accounting, no reminders, and no explanations. When she spoke of wanting to see her family, he didn't forbid it. He only said the distance was far and the mountains unforgiving. He didn't pretend otherwise. She learned how to move with the days. She cleaned the rooms that didn't need it, and she learned the rhythms of the place, the way light traveled, the way sound softened at night, and she found herself anticipating small needs before they arrived. This, too, was familiar. She had always been good at living inside what was already decided. One evening, as she lay listening to the steady rise and fall of his breathing, she realized she was no longer bracing herself for his return. The thought didn't arrive with relief or triumph. It simply passed through her and settled. Trust didn't arrive as belief. It arrived as habit. Love followed later, and quietly. There was no moment that she could point to, no recognition that announced itself. She noticed it only when she found herself listening for him before sleep, waiting for the shift in the air that meant he'd come back. Not with urgency, with something steadier. Still, she didn't know his face. That troubled her less than she would have expected. She knew the weight of him beside her, the care he took not to frighten her further,
than she already was. The way he stopped when she hesitated. The way he let silence stand when silence was what remained. If there were rules, she didn't press against them. She learned long ago what it cost to push where nothing would yield. When spring came, it did so reluctantly. Snow retreated in patches. Light lingered at the windows. The house breathed differently. The bear grew quieter then. Sometimes his words carried a restraint she didn't yet understand, and he didn't explain it. She didn't ask. She was living inside something that hadn't been chosen freely, and yet had become real through endurance. Naming it too soon felt dangerous. So she lived. She learned the house, she learned the nights, she learned herself in this altered shape of time. This wasn't happiness, but it was life. And life, once established, tends to insist on continuing. By the time spring reached the mountain, she had learned how to live there. Not easily at first, but steadily. The house no longer felt temporary. The nights no longer startled her awake. The bear's presence had settled into something dependable, something she leaned into without needing to name it. It was then that she asked to go home. She didn't ask suddenly. The wish had been with her for a long while, quiet and persistent. She missed her family in a way that had stopped aching and started weighing on her instead. When she spoke, she chose her words carefully. She said she wanted to see them, to know how they were living, to be certain the promise had held. She said she would come back. He didn't answer right away. And when he did, his voice carried something new. Not a refusal, but caution. He told her he could take her. He told her it wasn't forbidden. But he warned her. He said her mother would speak to her. He said she would worry. He said she would urge her to look at him while he slept. He said this very plainly, without bitterness, without accusation. But if she did, everything between them would be broken. He didn't say this as a threat. He said it as a truth. She promised him she wouldn't, and he believed her. So they traveled back across the mountains together. This time, the distance felt different, less endless. When they reached her family's house, she almost didn't recognize it. The roof had been repaired and the walls no longer bowed. The fields were full and the animals healthy. Warmth moved easily throughout the rooms. Food was set out without counting. Her family greeted her with relief that tipped into joy. They spoke openly of how well they'd lived now. They thanked the bear. They treated him with respect, even warmth. Her father looked older, but lighter. The strain that had once bent him forward had eased. She saw it all. She understood what her absence had purchased. That night, her mother spoke to her. Not urgently and not angrily. She waited until the house was quiet, until the lamps burned low. When she spoke, her voice was measured, careful, shaped by the thought rather than fear. She acknowledged what the bear had done. She said plainly that he had kept his word. She said her daughter was well cared for, and she was grateful for it. Then she paused. She said it still wasn't right to live beside a man whose face was hidden. She said kindness didn't remove uncertainty. She said love, real love, shouldn't require blindness. She didn't condemn him. She didn't raise her voice. She pressed a piece of tallow in her daughter's hand. Just once, she said. Just to see. Just to know. Her daughter resisted.
She said she'd promised. She said he'd been good to her. She said she wasn't unhappy. And her mother listened. Then she spoke again, more quietly. She reminded her daughter what had been gained. She reminded her that gratitude didn't erase risk. She reminded her that trust, once broken, rarely announced itself until it was already gone. When they returned to the mountain, the house welcomed them as it always did. Nothing warned her. That night, the bear lay beside her with the same care he always had, the same restraint, the same trust. She remembered his warning. She remembered her promise. She also remembered her mother's pause, the way gratitude and doubt had existed together in the same breath. She told herself she would only look once. She lit the tallow. The light fell across his face. He wasn't a bear. He was a man, changed, vulnerable, caught between what he was and what he might become. She saw him clearly, and in seeing him, broke what had been held together by trust. He woke. For a moment, he only looked at her, not startled, not angry, as though he were taking in something he had always known might happen. When he spoke, his voice was steady, though grief moved beneath it. He told her she had done what he had asked her not to do. He told her he had trusted her. He told her that trust had been the thing holding everything in place. Then, he told her what must happen. There was an old bargain bound to him, one he hadn't been free of even when he lived as a bear. The light had broken the last protection he had against it. He would have to go now. He would be taken far from her, east of the sun and west of the moon, to a place no one reached by knowing the way. There, he was bound to marry another woman. A woman chosen not for love, but for what the world recognized as correct. A woman with a long nose. He didn't mock her. He didn't soften it. He said it plainly, as one speaks of arrangements made without tenderness. She asked them if there was anything that she could do. He hesitated. Then he told her the truth. He said the road was long. He said it was colder than she could imagine. He said many would turn her away. He said she would be given help that didn't help much, and answers that came too late. He didn't tell her how to get there, only where it would be. By morning, he was gone. The house stood exactly as it had before, the bed still warm, the fire still willing. Nothing in the room acknowledged what had been lost. She sat there long after the light came. She knew now what she had broken. She also knew what she would be walking toward, even if she didn't know how. The road hadn't opened, but it had been named. She didn't leave at once. Morning came and went, then another. The house continued to offer what it always had. The fire answered when she laid wood upon it. Food remained. Warmth stayed. Nothing withdrew itself in response to what had happened. That, somehow, was the hardest part. She moved through the rooms without purpose. She sat. She stood. She lay down and rose again. The life she lived here didn't collapse. It lingered, intact and unreachable, like something sealed behind glass. At night, she still expected the weight of him beside her. Sleep came unevenly. When it did, it brought no instruction. She thought of her family, of the house below the mountain, of how well they were living now. She wondered whether her absence would be felt differently this time, or whether it would settle back into usefulness, quiet and complete. She knew what she had broken. Knowing it didn't tell her what to do. The words he'd spoken stayed with her, not as directions, but as shape. East of the sun, west of the moon, a place named, not located, a distance that didn't care how prepared she was. She tried to imagine staying. The thought held for a moment, then loosened. The house could keep her alive. It couldn't hold what remained of her. Staying would turn the silence into something heavier than grief. So, she began to prepare. Not deliberately, not with resolve. She gathered what she could carry, because her hands needed something to do. She wrapped herself against the cold. She took bread, though she didn't know how long it would last. She stood at the threshold longer than she meant to. There was no one to ask permission of, no one to mark the moment. When she stepped outside, the mountains didn't shift to receive her. No path opened. Snow still lay in the long, uneven stretches. The world looked exactly as it had before. She walked anyway. At first, she didn't know where she was going. She chose direction by instinct, by habit, by whatever felt least like standing still. Her steps were careful. The ground gave nothing freely. She walked into the house, disappeared behind her. That was when leaving became real. Fear arrived then. Not loud, not dramatic. Thin and persistent. The kind that didn't ask to be resolved. She walked with it. Days passed without shape. Food grew lighter in her pack. The land offered little in return. She slept where she could, when she could. Sometimes she dreamed of him. Sometimes she didn't dream at all. No sign marked her progress. No feeling told her she was moving closer. She walked because stopping had lost its meaning. Eventually, she came upon an old woman. The woman sat beside a low fire, stirring something thin in a pot that didn't promise much. She looked up as though she'd been expecting company, though there was nothing in the landscape to suggest anyone ever came this way. The woman asked where she was going. She answered honestly. She said she didn't know the way. She said she only knew the name of the place, that she was looking for someone who had been taken from her. The old woman listened. She didn't laugh, she didn't correct her. She said she'd heard of such a place, though she didn't know how to reach it. She said the distance wasn't measured in steps alone. She offered the girl food, and she offered her rest. Before she left, the old woman reached into her pocket and drew out an apple. It was small and heavy, the color of dull gold, as though it had been handled for a very long time. The skin was smooth, unmarked. "This won't help you find your way," the woman said. She placed it in the girl's hand anyway. "You might find use for it later." The next morning, the girl walked on. The road hadn't grown clearer, but it hadn't closed. The days stopped separating themselves. Morning came, and then another. Light shifted. Weather changed its mind and changed it back. She learned not to measure the time by distance or direction, because neither stayed consistent long enough to be trusted. She walked. Sometimes the ground rose sharply and punished her for every step. Sometimes it flattened out and offered nothing at all. Snow gave way to the stone. Stone gave way to ground too hard to mark. Her feet learned the work of walking without waiting for her thoughts to agree. She ate when she could. She slept when she had to. Rested only when her body refused to move any farther. There was no moment when she felt herself becoming stronger. Only moments when she didn't fall. She thought of him often, but not in the way she had at first. His face no longer arrived fully formed in her mind. What stayed was the sound of his voice. the steadiness of it, the way he had spoken truth, even when it cost him. East of the sun, west of the moon. The words didn't point. They hovered. She carried the apple in her pocket. Sometimes she touched it without thinking, the smooth weight of the small certainty against her palm. It didn't comfort her. It reminded her she was still moving forward, even when nothing else suggested it. She came upon the second old woman on the day that offered no warning. The woman sat beside a spinning wheel that wasn't spinning. Her hands rested idly in her lap. She looked up as the girl approached, as though she had been expecting her, though there was nothing in the landscape to explain why. The woman asked her where she was going. The answer hadn't changed. She said she didn't know the way. She said she only knew the name of the place. She said she was looking for someone who had been taken from her. The old woman nodded. She said she'd heard of such a place, but didn't know how to reach it. She said the distance wasn't measured in what the body could manage alone. She offered food, she offered rest, but she offered no direction. Before the girl left, the woman lifted a comb from beside the wheel. It was made of gold, heavy and finely worked, catching the light even in dull air. It was beautiful in a way that felt impractical. "This won't help you on the road," the woman said. She placed it in the girl's hand anyway. "You may need it later." The girl walked on. The land grew less familiar. Weather stopped behaving predictably. Some nights were so cold that she couldn't sleep at all. Other nights passed without memory. Her body ached in places she never noticed before. She learned how little she actually needed. She learned how much she could lose without disappearing. She began to forget the sound of her own voice, and when she did speak, it startled her. The third old woman came when she was already tired, so tired that she almost walked right past her. The woman sat low to the ground, her spinning wheel beside her, thread gathered loosely at her feet. She didn't look up right away. She waited until the girl stopped moving. When she asked her where she was going, the answer came more slowly this time. She said the name of the place. She said she didn't know how to reach it. She said she was looking for someone she might not be able to find. The old woman listened. She said she'd heard of the place, but had never been there. She said very few reached it, and fewer returned. She said the way wasn't given all at once. She offered bread and water, but no reassurance. Then she reached for the spinning wheel. It was small enough to carry, though not easily. The gold of it was worn, dulled where her hands had touched it again and again. "This won't shorten the road," the woman said. She handed it to her anyway. "But you'll know when to use it." The girl took it. By then she was carrying more than she'd planned. The apple, the comb, the wheel. None of it helped her walk. All of it weighed something. She walked on anyway. The world didn't respond to her effort. No sign rose to meet her. No certainty arrived. The distance stretched and folded in on itself, indifferent to her persistence. She stopped thinking of the journey as something that would end. She began to think of it as something that would continue until it didn't. There were moments, brief, unwelcome, when she considered turning back. The thought never stayed long. There was nothing behind her that could hold what she was carrying now. Endurance, she learned, wasn't loud. It didn't announce itself as bravery. It didn't feel like resolve. It was simply the refusal to lie down where nothing would come of it. She walked until the land itself seemed too thin, until the sky felt farther away, until the air sharpened into something that resisted breath. She didn't know if she was closer. She only knew she hadn't stopped. And somewhere ahead, farther than she could imagine, farther than she could prepare for, was a place she could not picture, a man she could not reach, and a life she no longer knew how to live without. She walked toward it anyway. The land changed without announcing itself. She noticed it first in the way sound carried, thinner, sharper, as though the air had less patience for it. The ground hardened underfoot. Snow returned in narrow, stubborn bands that resisted melting, even where spring should have reached. Walking grew harder, not easier. Her breath came shorter. The weight she carried felt newly insistent. The apple, the comb, the spinning wheel pressed against her body in ways that reminded her they were not meant for travel. She walked anyway. She had stopped asking how far she had come. Distance had lost its usefulness. What mattered now was simply that the world ahead felt different from the world behind. She came to a place where the road thinned to nothing. There was no path, no sign, no marker to explain what should happen next. Only open land and sky stretched too wide to cross by effort alone. She stood there longer than she was meant to. The stillness wasn't empty, it was resistant, as though the world were waiting to see whether she would turn back on her own. And she didn't. She asked for help. Not loudly, not formally. She spoke it into the air, into the ground, to whatever might be listening. She said where she was trying to go. She said she didn't know how to get there. For a long time, nothing answered. Then, the wind shifted. It gathered itself slowly, not as a gust, but as a presence. It moved around her, lifting the edges of her clothing, testing her footing. When it spoke, its voice wasn't kind. It asked her what she wanted, and she told the truth. She said she was looking for someone she had lost. She said she had broken something and was trying to reach it again. She said she didn't know whether she would be allowed to. The wind listened. It told her it couldn't carry her where she wanted to go. The distance was too great. The way, too thin. But it told her who might. It told her of the east wind, and the west wind, and the south wind. It told her where to find them, though the directions felt less like places and more like conditions she would have to survive. She thanked the wind. Gratitude didn't feel adequate, but she gave it anyway. She turned and walked again. Each wind she found was stronger than the last. The east wind spoke sharply and said it had never blown far enough to reach such a place. The west wind circled her and said it had passed close once, but not close enough. The south wind laughed, not unkindly, and said it preferred warmth and would not go where the cold ruled everything. None of them took her where she wanted to go. Each one sent her on. By the time she reached the north wind, she was exhausted. The land was stripped of softness. Snow lay deep and unmoving. Breath burned. Sound felt brittle. The north wind didn't ask her why she'd come. It looked at her, at what she carried, and the way she stood without asking to be spared. It told her it had been east of the sun and west of the moon. It told her it could carry her there. But it warned her journey would be hard, colder than she was prepared for. It said she might not survive it. She said she would go anyway. The wind waited. Then it lifted her. The world fell away beneath her feet. Cold wrapped itself around her with a force that left no room for thought. She clung to what she could, her breath tearing at her chest. She didn't scream. She couldn't. Time had lost shape. When the wind set her down, she fell to her knees. She'd arrived, not at comfort and not at safety, at nearness. Ahead of her stood a castle. It rose from the land without welcome, high, severe, unyielding. The air around it felt sealed as though entry was not assumed. She stood there shaking, the wind already withdrawing. The road had not rewarded her. It had only brought her close. The castle didn't greet her. It rose out of the land without softness, its walls pale and severe against the sky. No road led to it. No path widened in welcome. The place did not assume arrival. It assumed order. She stood where the north wind had left her until her breath steadied. Cold lived deep in her bones. The world felt thinner here, as though warmth were something rationed carefully. When she moved, it was with deliberation. The doors opened after she knocked a long time. The woman who stood before her wasn't old. Her posture was upright. Her clothing was fine, carefully chosen. Her nose was long and unmistakable, a feature that seemed to announce itself before anything else could. She looked the girl over slowly, not with surprise, with assessment. She asked what the girl wanted. The girl answered simply. She said she was looking for someone who had been taken from her. She said she believed he was here. The woman smiled then, not unkindly, but with a certainty that did not invite challenge. She said the wedding was already arranged. She said preparations were underway, and there was no reason for this house to be interrupted by old claims. She spoke as someone used to being agreed with. The girl didn't argue. She waited. After a moment, the woman's gaze dropped to the girl's hands, to her pack, to the wear the road had left on her. Something shifted. Curiosity, sharp and quick, rose where dismissal had been. She asked the girl what she carried. The girl reached into her pocket and drew out the apple. It was small and heavy, its gold surface dulled by travel. The woman's eyes widened before she could stop them. She reached out. The girl didn't pull the apple away. The woman took it. In exchange, she agreed to let the girl sit with the prince that night, just to speak, just until dawn. The girl was led to a chamber that was not shared. He lay alone. The room was quiet, guarded, arranged for someone who belonged to it. He looked unchanged and yet distant, as though something essential had been slightly out of reach. The girl sat beside him. She spoke his name. Once, then again, but he didn't wake. She spoke softly, urgently, telling him she had come, telling him that she had walked further than she knew how to measure, telling him that she was there. He didn't hear her. When morning came, she was let out. The castle moved on. Preparations continued. No one spoke of the night. The second evening, the woman came to her again. Her eyes went immediately to the girl's pack. The comb emerged next, catching the light even in the dull hall. The woman took it with open eagerness this time, scarcely pretending indifference. Again, time was purchased. Again, the girl sat beside him. Again, he slept. The third night, the spinning wheel passed into the woman's hands without hesitation. Want had fully replaced caution now. She smiled as though she were certain she was winning something. This time, the girl leaned closer. She spoke differently, not in urgency, in truth. She spoke of promises made and broken, of trust given and lost, of the cost of silence, of distance she had crossed without assurance. She spoke until her voice thinned. Something shifted. His breath changed. His body moved. As though rising from depth, he opened his eyes. Recognition came before relief. He told her the woman had been giving him a sleeping draught each night. He told her the bargain was already in motion. He told her dawn would come whether they wished it or not. But she had reached him. That, at least, was real. They spoke quickly and quietly, knowing time was narrow. He told her what she must do. He told her that it would require care and patience and courage that didn't look like courage at all. When morning came, she left the chamber, knowing more than she had when she arrived. Not safety, not victory, but away. The girl did not follow him. Her part in this was finished. What had been hidden could no longer hold. When the long-nosed woman came to him later, she carried herself as she always had, assured, expectant, certain of the order of things. She spoke of the coming day, of arrangements, of what still needed to be done. He listened. Then he told her, plainly, that the wedding would not take place. At first she laughed, thinking this is a momentary confusion. When he continued, her certainty faltered. He told her about the nights, about the sleeping draught, about the girl who had been allowed to sit beside him while he lay unaware. There was no shouting. There was nowhere for denial to settle. The household heard. What undid her was not accusation alone, but recognition. The apple, the comb, the spinning wheel, all of it was suddenly visible for what it was. Not gifts, not prizes, evidence. She had wanted what was not hers to take. She had taken too much. The marriage was ended without ceremony. The bargain dissolved as quietly as it had been made. The woman was removed from the palace that she had nearly secured, not with punishment, but with finality. The castle adjusted. Castles always do. When it was finished, the girl and the prince stood together in a place that no longer resisted them. Nothing had been restored. Nothing had been made clean. But what had been falsely held was released. They didn't speak much. There was nothing left to negotiate. They didn't leave the castle at once. There was nothing holding them there, but there was no urgency pressing from behind. The collapse had already happened. What had falsely been arranged had fallen away. The rest moved at the pace of ordinary things. They walked through the halls together without ceremony. No one stopped them. No one asked for explanation. The household adjusted itself around their presence the way households always do, by continuing. When they stepped outside, the air felt heavier, warmer, less exacting. The world beyond the castle did not announce their return to it. They stood there for a moment, neither reaching for the other. So much of what had passed between them had happened in silence, in absence, in restraint. Neither of them rushed to fill what remained. Eventually, they walked. Not far at first, just enough to feel the ground beneath their feet, just enough to know they were no longer contained by walls that had never been meant for them. The road did not open in front of them, but it didn't need to. They traveled without haste, without destination. The distance behind them didn't vanish, and neither pretended that it had. The journey she had taken still existed in her body. The separation he had endured still lived in his. They didn't try to resolve it. There were nights when she spoke expecting the weight of absence, and found him there instead. There were mornings when he moved carefully around her, as though still unsure of what he could trust to remain. They spoke sometimes of what had happened, not all at once, not completely. Some things were named, others were allowed to stay where they were, unfinished but acknowledged. He did not ask her to explain herself, and she didn't ask him to account for what had been hidden. They'd learned in different ways what silence could do. They didn't rush to replace it with certainty. They built a life that didn't try to compensate. They ate, they slept, they worked, they rested. They learned which quiet belonged to each other and which did not. They allowed the days to come without expecting them to justify anything. Love did not return as revelation. It resumed. There were moments when she felt the road stretch inside her again, long and cold and indifferent. There were moments when he carried the weight of what had been arranged for him without his consent. They recognized these moments in each other without comment. Endurance had changed them. It had not elevated them. What they shared now was not innocence. It was simplicity. It was presence, earned not through virtue, but through continuation. They didn't speak of fairness. They didn't say the suffering had been worth it. They didn't turn the past into instruction. They lived together. Sometimes that was quiet. Sometimes it was difficult. Sometimes it was almost ordinary enough to forget what it had taken to arrive there. Almost. The world didn't apologize. The road did not shorten itself in memory, but they no longer walked alone. And that was what it was. Far below the wavering skin of the sea, where sunlight broke into ribbons and scattered gold across coral towers, there lived a young mermaid who moved through water as if currents themselves had shaped her bones. She was strong, not in the way of storms, but in the way of tides, steady, certain, inevitable. Her tail moved with practiced power, cutting through drifting gardens of kelp, past anemones that closed and opened like breathing mouths, and past fish that flashed silver and vanished again into shadowed reefs. She knew every pathway through the coral city. She knew which currents pulled warm, which pulled cold. She knew how to slip between rising bubbles without breaking their fragile skins. Others swam with her often. Siblings, friends, younger ones still learning how to guide their fins without stirring chaos in water. And she naturally slowed, not because she had to, but because she could. She curved her tail less sharply. She eased her speed. She let the younger ones feel clever beside her. She let the water remain calm around the group. No one asked her to do this, but she noticed how gatherings felt easier when she did. And she liked ease. She liked harmony. She liked the way the sea settled when she adjusted herself, ever so slightly. It felt responsible. Yet sometimes, when the others grew tired and turned back toward home, she kept going. Just a little farther, a little higher, just a little closer to the shimmering ceiling of the world. Curiosity always arrived first, bright and light-footed like a school of darting fish that could not be caught. What lived above the surface? What moved the air instead of water? What made the strange thunder that sometimes rolled across the waves? No one encouraged these questions, but no one could stop them either. And when the others called her back, she always returned, though not without a last glance upward, not without a small tightening in her chest, a quiet refusal to believe that the world ended here. Not rebellion, not yet. Just the beginning of a truth that would not stay buried. There was more to life than the current she had been born into, and one day she would find it. This was the kingdom of currents, ordered, ancient, and beautiful. Voices carried differently here. Sound moved softly, spreading wide. Nothing needed to be shouted. Everything was heard. In the central hall, where columns curved like the ribs of a whale, the Sea King ruled. His presence was vast and quiet, like deep water that never fully reveals its floor. Around him moved attendants, messengers, guardians of borders and tides. And among them, always noticeable, though never demanding notice, was the young mermaid who knew the paths of the sea better than most twice her age. She swam gracefully through gatherings. She knew where to pass wide, so others did not feel crowded. She dipped her tail low when elders approached. She circled children gently so they could match her pace without strain. The kingdom ran smoothly because she understood flow. But there were rules here too, unspoken ones, old as coral. Do not disturb the surface. Don't approach the air world. Do not draw the attention of what lives above. Everyone knew these rules the way fish know migration routes, not through instruction, through inheritance. At council gatherings, elders sometimes spoke of storms, of nets lowered from above, of ships that scraped the sea like knives, of creatures who walked on solid earth and breathed air. Danger lived above. Curiosity, they warned, could cost lives. She listened, as she always did, attentive, respectful, still. But when the meetings ended and the halls empty, she often remained for a moment longer, hovering near the high arches where the light fell brightest. Light that did not belong to the sea. Light that belonged to the world beyond. No one scolded her. No one forbade her. She was trusted, reliable, steady, and she did not break the rules. Not outwardly. Yet sometimes, when patrols swam the lower trenches and the coral streets quieted, she moved upward alone, just to the border where the water grew thin and bright. She never crossed it. She simply floated beneath it, hair lifting in the gentle pull of tides, eyes fixed on the trembling mirror above. From here, she could hear strange things, rhythmic knocks, distant thunder, a voice once, muffled, broken by the waves, but unmistakably human. Her heart beat faster then, not in fear, in recognition. She turned away before anyone could see her there, returned to the city, resumed her place in the flow of things. No one knew how close she came to the forbidden line. No one saw the quiet spark in her eyes when she pulled herself back. Because she was careful. Because she understood order. Because she knew how to contain herself. But the questions kept swimming, and each time she returned from the edge of the surface, the sea felt just a little smaller than before. It happened on a night when the sea was restless. Currents shifted strangely through the coral city. Tiny creatures tucked themselves into crevices. Long strands of kelp leaned toward the pull of the distant tides. Above, the surface shimmered more brightly than usual. Not with daylight, but with scattered gold, trembling and alive. She felt it before she understood it. A vibration through the water, a hum passing downward like the ringing of a bell struck far away. Sound from the air world. She left the coral streets quietly, slipped past the sleeping gardens, rose through open blue water where nothing blocked her ascent. The higher she swam, the lighter the sea became. The pressure eased, the water cooled, the light sharpened. At last, she reached the border. That thin, trembling veil where water met air. She had hovered here before, but tonight was different. Above the surface, something moved. A shape, large, solid, carved against the night sky, a vessel of wood and rope, firelight flickering along its edges, human voices drifting down in broken fragments of sound. She should have turned away. She knew the rule. She knew the warnings. But curiosity, that bright, darting creature, had grown too large to contain. Slowly, silently, she rose. Her eyes broke the surface first. Cool air kissed her skin, strange and sharp, carrying scents she had never known, smoke, salt, something warm and living. She lifted her head just to see enough. A ship gliding across the dark sea, lanterns swaying, figures moving upon a solid deck, laughter spilling into the night. Humans, real, not myth, not warning, not story. Her heart beat hard, not with fear, but with wonder. One figure stood apart at the edge of the ship, a young man, hair touched by firelight, gaze lifted toward the stars. He spoke to someone beside him. His voice rolled across the water, distorted, softened, yet unmistakably alive. She didn't understand his words, but she felt the tone. Ease, belonging, freedom. Something in her chest answered, quiet but undeniable. A wave struck the side of the ship suddenly. Laughter rose, movement shifted. She dipped instinctively, careful not to be seen. From the waterline, she watched. The ship moved on. The voices faded. The lanterns became distant stars drifting along the horizon. Only when the last light disappeared did she sink fully beneath the surface again. The sea closed over her head. Sound returned to softness. Currents returned to slow drift. But something had changed. The world was no longer only the sea. There was another place, another way of moving, another kind of life. And she had seen it, not imagined it, seen it. She swam downward toward the coral city, her tail cutting the water in swift control strokes. She did not break any rule. She didn't cross onto land, and she didn't speak of what she had witnessed. But in the quiet of the descending blue, a new knowing settled inside her. The world was larger than the one that she had been born into. And one day, somehow, she would touch it again. By the next tide cycle, the coral city knew. Not because she told anyone, not because she spoke of ships or lanterns or voices in the air, but because currents carry stories the way wind carries scent. A watch guardian had seen a ripple near the surface. A patrol had noticed displaced bubbles rising where no storm had passed. An elder had felt the tremor of unfamiliar vibration through the reef. And so, when she entered the central hall that day, the water around her felt slightly different. Still, waiting. The Sea King regarded her from his stone throne carved with whalebone and pearl. His gaze was deep and patient, the kind of depth that does not need raising voice or fin to be understood. "Child of the tides," he said at last, his voice traveling slowly through the water. "You have been near the border." It was not accusation. It was statement, truth surfacing. She didn't bow. She didn't flee. She simply inclined her head in acknowledgement. "I swam high," she answered, calm, respectful, unashamed. A murmur passed through the gathered court. Not outrage, unease. Another elder spoke, her fins trailing long ribbons of sea silk. "The surface is not our world," she said. "It is unpredictable, violent, hungry. Those who live there do not know the sea's language."
A younger guardian added carefully, "The balance is kept because we do not cross." She listened to them all, not defensive, not rebellious. Listening was one of her strengths. But as they spoke, she noticed something else. None of them had ever been to the border. None of them had seen what she had seen. None of them spoke from experience, only inheritance. The Sea King's gaze softened. "You are capable," he said. "Trusted, strong. This is why this matters." He didn't forbid her. He didn't punish her. He didn't raise his voice. He simply laid down the rule as it had always been. "The surface is not for us. You will not go there again." The hall quieted. The current settled. Everyone expected agreement. And she could have given it. It would have been easy, polite, harmonious. She understood how to do that. She had done it all her life. But something in her, small, bright, persistent, stirred. Not loud, not reckless, just clear. She met the Sea King's eyes. "I understand," she said. And she did. She understood the fear, the history, the wish to keep the world safe. But understanding did not erase the image of the lantern light on the water. It didn't erase the sound of human laughter. It didn't erase the knowledge that another world existed, real and reachable. She did what she had always done. She contained the spark. She did not argue. She did not protest. She simply accepted the rule outwardly, while inwardly the quiet refusal took firmer shape. Not rebellion, not yet, just a truth settling into place. One day, she would choose for herself. And when she swam from the hall, her movements were graceful as ever, controlled as ever, responsible as ever. No one saw the difference, but the sea itself seemed to notice. A new current forming beneath still water, a tide preparing to rise. The sea changed its breathing before the storm arrived. Currents that usually moved like slow ribbons began to twist. Water cooled in sudden threads. Fish tucked themselves into coral hollows. Long kelp forests bowed low as if in prayer. Above, the surface darkened. Clouds swallowed the moon. Wind pressed hard upon the skin of the water. The border between sea and sky blurred into a trembling, silver, black veil. She felt it from deep below, a calling, a vibration running through her bones. Not curiosity this time, urgency. She swam upward, faster than she meant to, stronger than she usually allowed herself. Her tail cut through rising turbulence. Bubbles tore past her shoulders. By the time she reached the upper waters, the storm had broken open. Waves lifted like mountains. Rain struck the surface in staccato silver needles. Thunder rolled so deeply it shook the coral floors below. And there, pitched helplessly upon the chaos, was the ship. The same shape she had seen once before, now real, vulnerable, and breaking. Lanterns swung wildly, ropes snapped, voices shouted. Not laughter now, but fear. She hovered just beneath the surface, the water lifting and dropping around her. She knew the rule. She knew the warning. She knew the command spoken in the hall. But knowledge and reality are not the same thing. Up there, lives were in danger, and she was strong. Strong enough to move faster than the currents, strong enough to dive where others could not, strong enough to hold weight in rushing water. The thought arrived clear and simple.
If someone must act, let it be me. Not rebellion, not defiance, responsibility. She broke the surface. Rain struck her skin. Wind caught in her hair. The world of air roared around her, violent, vast, alive. A wave rose higher than the mast. The ship tilted. A figure was thrown from the deck, vanishing into the dark water. She did not hesitate. She dove down through churning foam, down through cold, thrashing current. She found him sinking, unconscious, limbs loose, hair drifting like seaweed. The same young man she had once watched beneath the stars, now pale, helpless, human, fragile. She wrapped her arms around him, turning her body toward the shore, guiding by instinct older than thought. Stroke after powerful stroke, she carried him through the storm. Waves slammed, water burned with effort, but her body knew what to do. She did not stop. When at last the seafloor rose into the sand and rock, she pushed herself forward into the water, shallowed at her tail, found ground. She laid him gently upon the shore. Rain washed over both of them. Thunder rolled away. The worst of the storm began to pass. She sat beside him, watching his chest rise and fall. He lived. Relief loosened something inside of her, but already distant voices approached along the beach. Human voices. She knew she could not be seen, so she did what she had learned to do so well. She withdrew, quietly, quickly, back into the sea. She watched from the shallows as others gathered around him, lifting him, calling his name, carrying him away toward a warm shelter. No one saw her. No one knew what had saved him. The sea closed around her once more, but it did not feel the same. The boundary had been crossed, not in curiosity, not in wonder, in action, in choice, in strength turned outward. And as she swam back toward the coral city, light still flickered far above, and she knew there was no returning to the life she had lived before. Not after this. Few ever swam towards the farthest trench, not because it was forbidden, but because the sea itself grew uneasy there. Light thinned quickly. Currents lost their predictable paths. The water felt heavier, as if memory itself sank and gathered in this place. She followed the descent anyway, past the last gardens of coral, past the schools of fish that turned away before reaching the border, past stone formations that resembled ribs of ancient creatures long fallen to the seafloor. Here, sound changed. It didn't echo, it swallowed. And instinct, old, animal, and wise, whispered that one should not linger in such waters. But she was strong, and she had chosen. At the base of the trench stood a dwelling grown from the shipwrecked timber, twisted iron and coral that had no business growing so deep. Objects from the surface hung in slow suspension, mirrors clouded with salt, chains softened by rust, bottles holding nothing but dark. The water around the dwelling did not move, not with current, not with tide. It simply waited. She approached, and from within, a figure stepped forward. At first, the witch appeared radiant, skin glowing as moonlight and water, hair drifting in slow, luxurious waves, fingers adorned with rings that caught the light that reached this depth. She might have been beautiful until you looked too long. Then you saw. The nostrils flared just a little too wide, the eyes a shade too sharp, too knowing, the mouth smiling, yet pulling downward at the corners, like a smile learned, not felt. A glamour worn like a silk veil, convincing from a distance, unsettling up close, and yet impossible to look away from. Her voice flowed smoothly through the water. I wondered when you'd come. Not threatening, not kind, simply certain. The mermaid did not bow, did not retreat, but every fin, every scale, every instinct in her body knew this was a place where choices could not be undone. The witch studied her, not with malice, but with appraisal, like a jeweler weighing a stone. You've seen the surface, the witch said. You've crossed the line your kingdom pretends does not exist. The mermaid met her gaze steadily. I have. The witch's smile deepened, that downward curve becoming more visible now. And now, the sea feels smaller. Not a question, a recognition. Silence gathered, thick, pressure heavy, trench deep. Then the witch turned, gesturing towards the strange relics hanging in the still water. I deal in crossings, she said. Bodies that change, borders that dissolve, lives that rewrite themselves. Her voice was smooth, but the sea around her felt cold. Every crossing has a cost, the witch added, and not all who enter my waters leave unchanged. The mermaid's heart beat once, steady and strong. She had not come here to turn back. Tell me, she said, and the witch's smile widened, glamorous, terrible, inevitable. I wish to go where I have already been, she answered, to a world that calls to me. The witch's downward curving smile stirred. You wish to cross a border your body was not shaped for, she said. You wish to enter a realm where your strength will not serve you as it does here, where the currents do not carry you, where the ground does not give way, where your tail will not belong. The mermaid listened, because listening was something she did well. And you wish, the witch continued, to do this without tearing the worlds apart. A pause. Yes, the mermaid whispered. The witch circled her once, slowly, appraising the way a tide studies shoreline. You are careful, she said. Responsible. You hold yourself so others do not have to feel your weight. The words landed softly but precisely. You could continue as you are, the witch went on. Contain your sea. Carry the harmony of your world. Remain admired, trusted, relied upon. The witch leaned closer. But you have tasted the surface, and now you know the truth. The mermaid's jaw tightened slightly. The truth needed no words. The sea had become too small. The witch turned back to the table. There is a way, she said, to cross without shattering, to walk where you now swim, to stand where you now float. The witch lifted the vial. But every crossing demands balance. To gain one form, another must be surrendered. The mermaid watched the shimmering liquid. What is the cost? She asked. The witch's eyes gleamed, sharp, dark, unblinking. Your voice. The water seemed to still even further. Not your ability to think, not your will, not your memory, but the sound that rises from your chest and enters the world. The current by which others know your inner tide. The witch's smile curved, beautiful and wrong. You will walk on land, you will have legs, you will move among humans as one of them, but you will not speak, you will not sing, and you will not shape the air with your truth. The mermaid's heart beat once, deep and heavy. "And if I choose to return?" she asked. The witch's expression softened, almost pity. "You will not be able to return as you are. This body will belong to the surface. And if you do not find your place there," the witch's voice lowered, smooth as oil, "then you will dissolve into sea foam, not dying, not living, simply dispersed. No threat, no dramatics, just the terms of the crossing." The mermaid closed her eyes. She thought of the coral city, the younger swimmers matching their pace to hers, the sea king's steady gaze, the quiet role she played so well. She thought of the storm, the human weight in her arms, the sound of his voice on the wind, the vastness of the world above. And she felt, beneath everything, the spark that never had gone out. Curiosity, then refusal. Not to be contained forever. She opened her eyes. "I accept," she said. The witch did not celebrate, did not gloat. She simply uncorked the vial. "Then drink," she said. The liquid moved into the water like a ribbon of light, gathering at the mermaid's lips. The mermaid took it in. The change began at once. Pain flickered, sharp, bright, undeniable, as her tail split, reshaped, fused into two trembling legs. Scales softened into skin. Fins drew back into shoulders. The water felt suddenly foreign against her body. She opened her mouth to breathe, and no sound came. No gasp, no cry, no voice, only silence. The witch watched calmly. "It is done," she said. The mermaid hovered in the dark trench, legs drifting awkwardly beneath her, hair floating like seaweed, throat empty of sound. She had crossed the border, and there was no turning back. Above them, the surface waited. She rose, not swimming now, but lifted by current she could no longer control, drawn upward through layers of water that felt thinner with each passing moment. Her new legs drifted beneath her, uncertain, heavy, unused. She didn't panic. She adapted, because adaptation was another form of strength she knew well. Light brightened, water cooled. The ceiling of the sea shimmered above her like trembling glass. And then she broke through. Air rushed across her skin, cold, sharp, real. She drew breath, instinctively, and though no sound came, life entered her chest all the same. Waves carried her gently forward, rolling her toward the shoreline she had seen from below. Sand met her feet, not soft like the seafloor silt, but firm, grainy, shifting under her weight. She tried to stand. Her legs wobbled. She adjusted, found balance. Slowly, she rose upright, tall, still, present. The sky reached wide above her, pale with early dawn. Clouds moved freely. Wind touched her face and lifted her hair in ways that water never had. She looked back once. The sea lay behind her, endless, breathing, familiar, not gone, just behind. Ahead of her, land rolled outward, rocks, grasses, distant shapes of trees, the faint outline of buildings beyond. A new world. Not yet welcoming, but not rejecting. Simply there, waiting. She took a step forward, then another. Each movement strange, effortful, unfamiliar, but hers. No voice rose from her throat, but her presence remained intact. She was still herself, changed, but not erased. And as the first sunlight of morning touched her skin,
Warming what once had been scales, she felt something settle quietly into place. She had crossed. Not as victim, not as lost soul, as a girl who had chosen, and whatever came next, she would meet it the same way she always had, with awareness, with strength, and with a spark of defiance that had never truly left her. Days passed. She learned the rhythm of the land, how feet met earth, how balance shifted without water's lift, how muscles tired in new ways, how wind carried scent instead of current, and how silence could live outside the sea as well as within it. The humans who found her near the shore had taken her in. They wrapped her in cloth, gave her food, watched her with curiosity and cautious kindness. She couldn't speak to explain herself, so she communicated with gesture, with gaze, with action. And she was good at this. She helped where she could. She noticed what others missed. She adjusted herself to the rhythm of each space, each task, each person. On land as in sea, she understood flow. And slowly, people trusted her. They smiled at her, made room for her, invited her into the daily movements. She belonged, not fully, and not easily, but enough. And then there was him, the one she had carried from the storm. He came to the household one afternoon, seeking those who had rescued him. He didn't recognize her. How could he, when she stood before him on two legs, clothed in human fabric, hair bound back from her face? But something in her presence felt familiar to him. He spoke to her. She listened. He laughed once at something small. She felt the sound in her chest like a memory of waves striking shore. He walked with her in gardens. He showed her the world of trees, of stone and sky. He spoke of voyages, of responsibility, and the strange weight of being an heir to a kingdom. She listened, and in listening, she let him be seen. Not as a prince, but as a human who, like her, stood between worlds. Affection grew quietly, without urgency, without demand. She did not need to possess him, didn't need to claim him. She simply allowed connection to unfold, until the day the household whispers began. A marriage had been arranged. A princess from another land, a union to secure alliances. The prince was to wed. She felt no collapse, no shattering, only a stillness, the kind that arrives when truth stands plainly before you. She walked alone that evening to the edge of the sea. The waves greeted her like old friends. Salt touched her skin, wind carried the hush of tides. She knew the terms of the bargain. If she did not find her place in this world, she would dissolve into sea foam, not punished, not damned, simply returned to the elements. She looked out at the horizon where the sky met the water. She had crossed to change herself so the world could not hold her, and now she saw the deeper truth. Changing herself had never been the answer. The sea had not been too small. The world had simply asked her to compress what was so vast. She stepped forward towards the waves, not in despair, in clarity. But before she reached the water, footsteps sounded behind her. The prince. He had followed. He stood beside her, looking at the sea, then at her. He spoke softly. "I don't know why, but when you're near, I feel as though I'm standing at the edge of something important." She turned to him. She couldn't speak, but she met his gaze, fully, steadily, without shrinking. And in that gaze, he saw something true. Not dependence, not longing, not need, but presence. Recognition passed between them.
simple, human, and mutual. He took her hand, not to claim her, but to stand with her. And in that moment, she understood. Love was not the reason to change herself. Love was the place she could arrive as she already was. The wind lifted her hair, the sea breathed behind her, and somewhere deep in her chest, where her voice had once lived, a new sound formed. Not yet spoken, but ready. The tide was rising. Small waves reached for her feet, curling around her ankles like familiar hands. The prince stood still beside her, saying nothing now, simply sharing the horizon. She turned towards the sea, toward the world that had shaped her body, toward the world she had tried to leave, toward the world she now understood had never truly rejected her. She stepped forward. Water wrapped around her legs, cool, known, remembering. Behind her, the prince called out. A question, a plea, but she did not turn, because this choice was not about leaving him. It was about returning to herself. With each step deeper into the waves, the human weight of her legs began to soften. Skin shimmered, form shifted, water welcomed her without resistance. And when she dove forward, the sea received her, like breath returning to lungs. Her tail was restored. Then her fins unfurled. Currents lifted her. She didn't dissolve. She didn't vanish. Because she hadn't failed. She'd learned. Below the surface, the trench waited. The witch's dwelling waited. But this time, the mermaid did not descend in uncertainty. She arrived as one who knew herself. The witch stood in the still water, glamour flickering faintly across her features. "You return," the witch said, not surprised, not even disappointed, just observing. The mermaid floated before her, steady. "I crossed," she said, and her voice rang clear in the water, warm and resonant, unmistakably her own. The witch's eyes sharpened. "You accepted the bargain." "I accepted a path," the mermaid replied, "and I walked it to its truth." Silence gathered in the trench. The witch studied her, really studied her now, as though seeing her for the first time without the glamour's veil. "And what is your truth?" the witch asked. The mermaid's tail moved in a slow, powerful sweep. "I do not need to become smaller to belong. I don't need to change my shape to be loved. And I don't need to give away my voice to keep peace." The witch's smile curved, downward, knowing. "Then take it back," she said simply. "Nothing kept it but your belief that that was the price." And in that moment, the mermaid understood. The vial, the potion, the bargain, they had never held her voice. Only her willingness to surrender it had. She opened her mouth and sang. Not loudly, not dramatically, just a single note, pure, steady, unmistakably hers. The water trembled with it. The trench stones vibrated. The glamour around the witch flickered and thinned, revealing what had always been there. Not monstrous, not powerful. Simply another being who had built herself on bargains and belief. The witch closed her eyes. "As you wish," she said, and the sea released the last thread of the spell. The mermaid rose through the water, faster now, lighter, free. She broke the surface once more, not as someone escaping, but as someone arriving. On the shore, the prince stood waiting. She stepped from the waves, water streaming from her hair, moonlight tracing her skin. She opened her mouth. and her voice carried into the night, calm, steady, and real. Not a song to enchant, a voice to speak, to choose, to say who she was. And the prince listened, not spellbound, not bewitched, simply hearing her. And together they walked back towards the world, not because she needed it, because she chose it. With her sea inside her, with her voice returned, with her defiance softened into wisdom, and her strength intact. High on a hill where morning mist clung to stone towers, there stood a quiet kingdom that most travelers passed without noticing. It was not a land of grand battles or loud marketplaces, but a place of steady rhythms. Bells marking the hours, gardens blooming in careful rows, windows glowing softly at dusk. Its people were content in the way of those who believe the world is predictable. The sun rose, the gates opened, bread was baked, candles were lit, doors were closed at night. And at the heart of the castle lived a king who loved order above all things. He loved his kingdom, he loved his daughters, and he loved knowing that all was as it should be. 12 daughters lived there, 12 sisters born in quick succession, like a ladder of rising notes in a single song. They were known throughout the land for their grace, their kindness, and their quiet laughter in palace halls. Yet, each morning, when the king's steward laid out their shoes, the leather was worn thin, the silk ribbons frayed, the soles scuffed as though they had crossed long roads in the dark. No one could explain, and so, beneath the calm of this small and careful kingdom, a question began to whisper. Where do the princesses go when the world is asleep? By day, the sisters moved through the palace as daughters of the realm. They read in sunlit windows. They walked the gardens. They listened to their father's counsel at the long oak table. They spoke gently to servants, fed swans at the pond, and watched clouds drift over the hills. Nothing about them seemed unusual. Only at night did the second life begin. Each evening, after the last bell chimed and the torches dimmed in the corridors, the princesses gathered in their shared chamber at the end of the eastern hall. The king's steward turned the lock with solemn care, as he did every night, believing this ensured their safety. When his footsteps faded, the sisters prepared in silence. Candles lowered, hair unpinned, slippers placed neatly by each bed. Then darkness, a breath. The eldest princess sat upright, already awake, already listening. She touched the carved post at her bedside. Wood shifted, a seam appeared. A door that did not exist by the day opened inward. Cool air flew from below, carrying the scent of rain on stone and something faintly musical, like distant strings tuning in the dark. One by one the sisters rose, bare feet on the cold floor, hands joined, 12 heartbeats moving as one. And together they stepped through the hidden doorway and began their descent. The staircase wound downward farther than any staircase should. Stone steps curved into shadow, yet torchlight bloomed ahead of them, rising gently as though it had been waiting for their return. The air grew cooler, softer. The scent of the upper world, linen, candle wax, garden soil, faded behind them. In its place came the smell of damp earth, wild leaves, and something faintly sweet, like sap warmed by unseen suns. At last, the stair opened into a cavern so wide that the darkness swallowed its edges, and there, before them, stood the first forest. Trees of silver, their trunks were pale as moonlight, their branches curled like filigree, and every leaf shimmered, not with glare, but with a quiet inner glow, as though each one held a tiny memory of starlight. When the sisters stepped among them, the leaves whispered, not with the wind, there was no wind here, but with a soft chiming sound, like distant bells stirred in sleep. Their silk slippers made no sound on the ground. The forest floor was soft as velvet moss. They walked in single file, hands still linked, moving deeper between the silver trunks. Light spilled over their shoulders, outlining their hair in halos of frost-white gleam. After a time, the silver light softened, warmed, and shifted. The sisters passed into the second forest. Now trees of gold. Their leaves glowed amber and honey, and the air here felt warmer, like afternoon sunlight resting on skin. Golden reflections danced upon the sisters' faces. Their light laughter rippled gently as if stirred from somewhere deep and old. No one hurried. There was no need. Time in this place did not press forward. It unfolded. And at the far edge of the golden forest, another threshold waited. The third forest. Trees of crystal and diamond. Their branches arched overhead like cathedral windows carved from frozen light. Every step scattered tiny sparks across the cavern walls, constellations forming and dissolving with each movement. Here, the sisters' eyes shone brightest of all. Shoulders relaxed, breath deepened. This was the forest that told them they were close. Very close. At the end of the diamond trees, darkness opened once more, wide, still, expectant. And in that darkness, water gleamed. Beyond the forest, the cavern widened again, and the sisters stepped onto a smooth stone shore. Before them stretched a lake so still it might have poured glass. Its surface reflected no ceiling, no torches, no stars, only depth. A darkness that felt soft rather than empty, like a pause in music before the next note arrives. Along the edge of the water waited 12 slender boats, carved from pale wood that gleamed faintly as if remembering moonlight. Each boat drifted forward a little as the sisters approached, nudging the shore in silent welcome. Without speaking, each princess stepped into her place. 12 boats, 12 sisters. The water accepted their weight with barely a ripple. Then, from the mist above the lake, oars dipped. Invisible hands guided them. No splash, no strain, just smooth gliding them across the mirrored surface. The sisters sat upright, hands resting on their knees, faces forward. The air here smelled of cool stone and night rain. A low hum threaded through the cavern, distant, melodic, like a song remembered from childhood, but never learned. Halfway across the lake, the mist thickened. It curled around the boats, brushing cheeks like silk veils. The princesses closed their eyes, letting the sound carry them. A heartbeat. Another. Another. And slowly, shapes emerged through the mist. Warm golden light ahead. Movement, columns, open doors. The far shore approached, glowing softly as if dawn had risen underground. The boats touched land, and one by one, the princesses stepped onto the stone that pulsified faintly with the rhythm of unheard music.
Before them stood a palace carved into the living rock of the mountain's heart. Archways curved like waves, balconies wound like vines, lanterns of soft crystal light floated without chains or flame. And through the open doors, music spilled outward, rich, flowing, alive. The sisters exchanged glances of shared knowing. Then, with quiet anticipation, they entered the palace of the hidden dance. They had descended in soft silk dancing slippers, the kind made for long hours of turning and gliding, their ribbons trailing like quiet promises behind them. The doors opened without touch. Warm light spilled outward, soft and golden, wrapping around the sisters like a familiar shawl. The air inside the palace shimmered with movement, not frantic, not loud, but alive like breath turned into sound. The floor was smooth stone, veined with threads of crystal that pulsed gently in time with the music. Columns rose like carved trees, their branches curving overhead to form arches that caught the glow of floating lanterns. No flames, no smoke, only light, hovering as if it is held by invisible hands. And there, waiting within the hall, were others. Figures stepped forward from the glow, dancers, companions, friends, some tall, some slight, some with eyes bright as morning, some with hair flowing like river mist. They bowed as the princesses entered, not in the greeting of royalty, but in welcome of equals. Music swelled, not from instruments or mouths, but from the space itself, as though the mountain's heart had learned to sing. The eldest princess lifted her chin, shoulders loosened, a smile touched her lips. One by one, the sisters stepped forward, slipping into the waiting arms of their partners. And then they danced, not with steps learned by instruction, but with movement born from longing, from joy, from being wholly, completely themselves. Their skirts turned like petals opening, their hair lifted with every spin. They slipped off their dancing slippers and left them in a circle at the edge of the room. Bare feet skimmed the floor, leaving faint glimmers where they touched, small sparks that faded like falling stars. Here, no one watched to judge, or counted their hours, or measured their worth. Here, they simply were. And as they danced, the weariness of daylight fell away. The careful smiles, the folded hands, the practiced obedience. In this hidden world, their laughter rang freely, their breath deepened, their spirits stretched wide as wings. Time didn't move forward here. It circled, like music, like heartbeats, like 12 sisters returning again and again to the place where their truest selves were known. Above the hidden realm, the daylight kingdom continued its steady rhythms. One morning, as the king examined the princess's worn shoes once more, his brow furrowed deeper than before. Concern pressed against his love, order pressed against mystery. So he sent word across the land, a quiet proclamation. No threat, no punishment, only this. A watchful soul is needed in the palace, one who observes carefully, one who seeks understanding. Come, and you will be welcomed. Far beyond the hilltop kingdom, a soldier heard the call. He had walked long roads. His cloak was worn, his boots dusty. His shoulders carried the weight of battles finished and battles survived. He was not young, not proud, not seeking glory, only a place to rest, a place to belong again. When he reached the castle gates, the guards welcomed him without suspicion. He was given warm food,
a clean bed, and a simple request. "Tonight," the steward said, "you will sleep in the chamber beside the princess's room. The king wishes only to understand what we do not." The soldier nodded. He asked no questions. That evening, after the castle quieted and the last candle was lowered, he laid upon his narrow bed. The wall between his chamber and the princess's room was thin. He could hear the soft rustle of movement, a hush of breath, the faintest hum of something like distant music. Curiosity stirred. He rose. He pressed his hand to the wall. Cold stone, no seam, no door. Yet the sound grew clearer. Not loud or secretive, simply alive. The soldier listened, and though he didn't know it yet, his life had just reached the edge of a door that did not exist by day. Night after night, the soldier listened. At first, he told himself it was only pipes in the walls, wind along stone, dreams clinging to waking ears. But the sound returned each evening, the same faint hum, the same hush of movement, the same subtle rhythm that felt like a heartbeat, too large for the body. So, on the third night, when the castle fell still and the final candle burned low, he rose again from his bed. This time, he didn't press his hand to the wall. He listened to the air, and when the sound deepened, when the hum seemed to pull gently at his chest, he followed it down the corridor, barefoot, silent. The eastern hall lay dark. Moonlit spilled in the thin silver stripes through the high windows. At the far end stood the princess's chamber door, closed as always, locked from the outside. Yet, as the soldier watched, a faint line of light appeared along the door frame, not from beneath it, not from any candle within, from the door itself. He stepped closer. No sound, no guard, no warning. The seam widened, and the door opened inward. Cool air brushed his face, carrying the scent of earth and rain and distant music. The soldier hesitated, only a moment before stepping forward. Stone stairs descended into shadow. Torchlight rose as his foot touched the first step, as if acknowledging his presence. He followed. Down and down he went, keeping to the edges, breathing slow, careful not to disturb the silence. At the foot of the stair, he saw them, 12 sisters walking hand in hand into a forest of silver trees. Their laughter rang like small bells. Their faces glowed with light not of this world. The soldier stepped behind a pale trunk, watching. The sisters passed through silver, through gold, through diamond, and at the edge of the crystal forest, he hesitated again, but the soft hum of the music drew him onward. He stepped into the mist at the lake's edge. A boat drifted forward, nudging the shore as if inviting him. He entered. The water accepted his weight, and as the boat carried him forward, he whispered to himself, not in fear, not in triumph, but in wonder. What world have I found beneath the world I knew? The boat touched the far shore without sound. The soldier stepped onto the glowing stone and followed the princesses toward the palace of music. The doors stood open. Light poured outward. Laughter drifted through the arches. He moved forward quietly, keeping to the edges, content only to witness. But as he crossed the threshold, a single crystal lantern flickered, then another. Then all at once, the music softened. Not stopped, only stilled. like breath caught in the chest. The dancers turned. 12 sisters stood at the center of the hall, skirts settling, hair falling loose around their shoulders. Their companions stepped back, giving space, waiting. The eldest princess looked directly at the soldier, not startled or frightened, simply aware. "You have followed us," she said gently. The soldier lowered his head, not in shame, but in respect. "I did," he answered. "I did not know what I would find. I only knew the sound called to me." Silence rested between them, warm and steady. The youngest sister stepped forward. "Most who find hidden doors come seeking power," she said, "or reward." The soldier lifted his eyes. "I seek neither." "Then why stay?" asked another. He considered this, truly considered it. "Because I have seen what it means to live without wonder," he said quietly, "and I would not close a door I was never meant to own." A ripple moved through the hall. The lantern light steadied. The music resumed, softer now, like a heartbeat returning after pause. The eldest princess approached him. She placed her hand over his heart. "If you remain," she said, "you remain as a guest, not keeper, not master. This world does not belong to you." He placed his hand over hers. "I understand," he said. And in that moment, something older than stone, older than kingdoms, sealed the agreement. The palace light warmed, the music rose again, dancers returned to motion. And among them now, one more presence moved, careful, reverent, invited. The realm accepted him. Morning came gently to the hilltop kingdom. Sunlight spilled through the high windows. Servants moved through corridors with trays of bread and tea. The castle woke in its usual careful rhythm, yet something subtle had shifted. At the breakfast table, the king noticed it at once. His daughters entered with easy steps. Their faces carried warmth, not weariness. Their eyes held depth, not secrecy. And when the steward placed their slippers beside their chairs, the king saw that the leather was whole. No thinning soles, no frayed ribbons. As if the knight had finally learned how to give without taking. The king's brow furrowed, not in suspicion now, but in longing to understand. He turned to the soldier, who stood quietly at the edge of the hall. "You have watched," the king said. "You know what I do not." The soldier did not answer immediately. That afternoon, when the palace rested in its midday hush, when he walked to the eastern corridor, the princesses were already waiting near the hidden door, as though they had sensed his approach. He bowed before them. "The king has noticed the change," he said. "He wishes to know the truth. I will not speak of your world without your will. Tell me how to answer him." The sisters gathered close. 12 voices murmured together. No fear, no panic, only calm consideration. And at last, the eldest princess stepped forward. "We have walked in secret long enough," she said softly. "Let daylight learn that joy does not require chains." She met the soldier's eyes. "He may know there is a realm. He may witness its threshold, but he may not enter. The world below will decide what he is ready to understand." The soldier placed his hand over his heart. "Then I will speak only what you allow." That night, the king came to the eastern hall. No guards, no decree, only a father seeking truth. The princesses stood beside the hidden door. The soldiers stood with them, and together, without words, they stepped through.
Torchlight rose. The stair opened. Stone curved downward into mystery. The king descended. He walked through the forest of silver leaves, where soft chiming whispered around him, through the forest of gold, where warm light brushed his skin like memory, through the forest of diamond, where the stars scattered at every footstep. Wonder loosened something in his chest that years of rule had tightened. At the edge of the underground lake, he stopped. Mist curled across the water. The far shore glowed with lantern light. Music drifted, distant, irresistible, alive. The king waited. Surely boats would come. Surely the path would open fully. But the lake remained still. The mist thickened, not in rejection but in gentle refusal. The glow across the water softened, present but unreachable. The king felt the boundary like a hand upon his chest. Here and no farther. He turned. Behind him stood his daughters, calm, whole, unafraid. The soldier beside them, steady as stone. Understanding didn't arrive all at once, but it began. Slowly, the king bowed his head. "I see," he whispered, and for the first time in many years he did not speak as a ruler, but as a father. They climbed the stairs together. The hidden door closed with a sound like a final note settling into silence. Above, the castle slept. Below, the music continued. And between them, now lay trust. The days that followed were gentle ones. The king ordered the locks removed from the eastern chamber doors. No steward turned keys at night. No watchful footsteps lingered in corridors. The palace breathed more freely, as though it too had been holding its breath for years. By day, the princesses walked openly in the gardens. They laughed at the fountain's edge. They read beneath apple trees. They braided each other's hair in the warm sunlight, and the king watched them now, not with worry, but with something new, respect. He didn't ask where they went at night. Some truths, once glimpsed, did not need chasing. And each evening, when twilight softened the sky and the first star appeared, the sisters gathered once more at the hidden door. The eldest touched the carved post. The seam appeared. The door opened. Cool air rose, carrying the familiar scent of rain, stone, and distant music. 12 hands joined, and a 13th stepped beside them. The soldier did not lead. He didn't follow. He simply walked among them, a quiet presence who had learned how to see without claiming. Down the staircase they went, through silver leaves whispering and gold branches glowing, through diamond light scattering stars. Across the lake the boats came easily now, gliding forward in silent welcome. And on the far shore, the palace of music opened its doors. The dance began. Skirts turned, lanterns drifted, crystal floors pulsed softly beneath bare feet. Laughter rose and fell like waves against stone. Here, the sisters were still daughters of the kingdom above, but they were also something more. Guardians of a hidden world, keepers of joy, carriers of a light that did not burn out when shared. And sometimes, just sometimes, travelers passing the hilltop castle at night would hear it. A faint melody in the wind, a rhythm beneath the silence, a feeling that somewhere, unseen but real, people were dancing in perfect freedom. They would pause, smile without even knowing why, and continue on their way, hearts just a little lighter. Because some doors are hidden, not to keep us out,
but to protect the wonder we are only just learning how to honor. And beneath the sleeping kingdom, the music played on. The hidden hall is quiet again. Lanterns drift lower, their golden glow softening crystal walls. The last echoes of music fade into stone, gentle and lingering, like a song remembered in a dream. Above, the castle rests. The night breathes, and somewhere beneath the surface of the ordinary world, music continues, soft, patient, eternal, waiting for the moments when your heart needs to remember that joy has never truly left you. You don't have to explain your inner worlds or justify your wonder, and you don't have to open every door to every passerby. There are rooms within you meant only for reverent footsteps, and dances meant for only those who know how to listen. There are lights that grow brighter when protected, not displayed. And if you ever felt different, too quiet, too full of feeling, too rich in imagination for a world that moves too fast, remember this. There are others like you. There are hidden halls where your spirit belongs, and places within and beyond where you are recognized without judgment. So rest now. Let the daylight world loosen its hold. Let your breath deepen. Let your shoulders soften. And if in your dreams tonight you hear a faint melody beneath the surface, smile. It only means the dance continues. Breathe in, slow and deep. Breathe out, even slower. You are safe. You are loved. You are home. Sleep now, dear one. You have been listening to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories, written by Nicole T. Woodard. May your dreams be gentle and your sleep be deep.